Welcome everybody to our latest session of the Restoration of Cariele, latest and final session of this campaign. The group has discussed, and for those of us that are continuing on to the next campaign, we're all excited to kind of get a new campaign started. We've obviously enjoyed this campaign, but due to some folks in the group having to leave, or just sort of some of the changes that have occurred throughout the campaign, it feels like a good appropriate time to wrap things up. So we're hoping to have a good finale here. Definitely no guarantees, but the team is taking on a very dangerous final mission, you might say, to try to set everything, or at least some things, to right before we wrap everything up in a nice bow. So with that in mind, team, we're going to go ahead and do a usual quick recap of what occurred last week, and then we will get started. Based on this being our final session and trying to make things move a bit quickly, I'm going to be a very streamlined recap. Essentially what occurred last session is you guys fought a big battle versus a legion of undead that was conjured in the province of Riverford via Cerilia, the necromancer, who seemingly was a servant of the Eyeless One. You guys fought in that war, both using your troops and then also personal combat as you guys took the field yourself in between your unit of infantry, fighting against skeletons, fighting against ogre skeletons, fighting against hill giant skeletons, and Cerilia herself, who was using one of the hill giant skeletons as sort of a mobile platform as she rode in its rib cage. In addition to your unit, you guys had a unit of archers and then a unit of mercenary cavalry led by Milena, the Countess of Cariele, and you guys all worked in conjunction to defeat this undead legion. It was very hard going. You definitely lost some of your forces as far as like taking a hit on the warfield. You guys, however, were able to deal that final blow to Cerilia, bringing her down. And due to the nature of the magic that animated the undead, that caused all the skeletons there to collapse. So that is my super quick recap, guys. Is there anything I missed that anybody would like to add?
Well, it's not really inspiration worthy, I don't think, but just for my personal vindication, I want to point out that the last attack that Cerilia sent to us on the warfield, she used a strategy roll to boost herself up from -2 to -1. -1 was a miss, but -2 would have been a hit and would have killed us all. So she succeeded on a roll and she got punished for it, and she deserved it.
Sometimes that happens on the warfield, right? All right, well, since this is the final session, we want to make things feel epically heroic here. I'm going to say, go ahead and everybody set yourself to 2 points of inspiration. Think of this as being very inspiring for have played in a good campaign and being really great players. So don't leave anything behind you. Obviously, you can't take anything with you after this last session. So yeah, we're going to try to make sure you guys have as much things to adjust the dice in your favor as needed, as this final session is going to be pretty difficult. Also, for the cards, I'm going to go ahead and deal everybody 1 card here. However, if you spend your card and then you wish to draw another card, let me know. I'll deal you 1. Of course, that means you could draw a red card, in which case that could be, bad for you guys. So we'll see how that goes. But I'm going to dish out a card here. Alrighty, so everybody should have their card. As usual, take a moment to review it. Let me know if there's any concerns with your card or questions. I think we've probably seen almost all of them at this point, but maybe there's a weird one that pops up that we haven't seen. Then, of course, we'll discuss that. All right, so in a super summary kind of fashion, folks, you guys find yourselves looking at a massive tower. And I'm going to give you a description of this tower as I move you over to this screen. And let me go ahead and remove the dynamic lighting on this page because that won't be necessary. All right, there we are. Oh, and quick technical note. I went a little bit crazy with the animated stuff today, guys. So if you happen to have a potato for a computer, nobody important that I'm thinking of in mind when I say this, but you could click on the gear cog in the top right corner, and then you'll notice under the graphics heading, you can expand that, and you can actually turn animated graphics off if your computer is sluggish. If you turn it off, it will obviously make it where your computer doesn't use many resources. So keep that in mind if your computer starts, having a hard time keeping up. All right, so in super summary fashion, you'd see this tower, so perched like a dark sentinel at the edge of a frozen abyss, the Eyeless One's tower rises stark against the snow-draped mountain beyond. Its black stone walls are slick with frost and covered in blood-red ichor that resembles webbing. Several bodies in various states of decay are hung from the tower via one of the numerous chains that hang down haphazardly. Jagged spires claw at the sky, defying the howling wind that whips down from the peak, scattering ice across the craggy landscape. Unmoving skeletal sentinels draped in macabre attire stand guard near the entrance. So you guys are about 100 yards away from this, and as you finally arrived at your destination fairly early this morning, you start reflecting on everything that has happened since you took the journey here. You defeated this army led by Chelina, but knowing that she was simply a minion of the Eyeless One, and knowing that that's where the threat would come from. There was a quick council called where you met with the Countess Milena, and shortly thereafter, both Lord Derek and Cerilia had arrived as they finally made their way through that Shadow World portal. Cerilia seemed a bit perhaps preoccupied, a little bit distant when she joined the team, and as people would ask her questions, she seemed a little bit, maybe not all fully focused and in the zone there at the moment. Why exactly it is, she's been a little bit cagey on revealing those details, but it seems like something in that journey has set her mind a little bit lofty, you might say. But as part of that war council, it was agreed upon, both all of you and the council, as well as Milena and Lord Derek, that the Eyeless One had to be defeated. So immediately you started doing these strategy sessions. What could you do? How are you going to take the Eyeless One out? And eventually it came down to it's going to require a frontal assault, your forces going there and defeating them. There was suggestions about militarily striking the Five Peaks and getting to the Eyeless One's tower, but as you all know, the soldiers would have to go a very far way to even get there. It would be a declaration of war. It would be fighting through various tribes, and the Five Peaks groups, the tribes there, aren't even united. So essentially you would unite them against you by leading an army in that direction. So after very much consideration, it was ultimately decided that a small strike team made up of the counselors would march through the Five Peaks, hopefully undetected, make their way to the Eyeless One's tower, and take the battle directly to him. As part of the conversations in the council, Lord Derek pointed out that, of course, the Eyeless One, being a powerful wizard, likely has the ability to teleport away, get away from you guys quickly, and there has to be some method of countering that. He poured over some tomes of knowledge, probably with some assistance from Saline, trying to figure out how exactly to counter this possibility, and ultimately he was able to discover something fairly interesting. Most very powerful wizards use what are known as fonts of magic. Think of these as bolstering magic apparatuses, and they can be placed in a lair or another place that a powerful wizard typically calls their home, and this allows them to essentially empower certain spells, make things easier as far as spellcasting goes. But if you know what you're doing, you can also use them to kind of alter the way magic works, at least to some limited degree, in that general area. So with that information in hand, he went through and eventually was able to track down a scroll that he handed over to you all that, if read at the font of magic, will prevent any teleportation magic from being used within 1 mile of the font of magic. He doesn't know exactly where in the tower the font of magic will be found, but he tells you that you won't be able to miss it once you see it. It will be something very obvious, something very dramatic and very magic-y, you might say. So your mission essentially is find that font of magic, read the scroll to lock the area down from teleportation magic, knowing that this will also affect you if you happen to have some teleportation magic, and then take the fight directly to the Eyeless One, making it where he can't get away, defeat him once and for all, and then saving Cariele from any further undead threats from the Eyeless One. So as all that information flows through your mind, you think about the 10 days it took you to get to where you are right now, traveling through this very rough and wild terrain, hearing occasionally these barbaric humanoids or even gnolls or goblins off in the distance, but every time you heard them, they never seemed to be getting closer to you. Very strangely, even those of you with maybe some hunter senses might even suspect that they were avoiding you. and this seemed to line up with what you wanted anyway, so you didn't worry too much about this. Continue making your way to the tower after that 10 days of journey, having no combat encounters that entire time, which was very surprising, and trekking through this very wild forest, footpaths of mountains, going through this really rough wintry weather. You finally find yourself where you are now, looking at this giant tower before you as the snow pelts down.
Hey, Adam, I have a question. Would it have made sense that before we left that we would have had the option to buy like healing potions or anything?
Sure, yeah. If you want to buy some healing potions, 50 golds each, I would say, 2 a piece max, but yes, you certainly could have done that.
Okay, that's
Yeah, I already bought some divination stuff for my components. Figured that was the answer, Adam.
Yeah, if it was something you could easily find in Cariele, then yep, no worries at all. All right, folks, so as you are looking at this giant tower, you see the snow coming down around you. You can hear the sounds of crows flying up and around the tower as they caw, caw. What would you like to do?
So you said they're guards, skeletal guards in macabre attire?
So if you notice on this image here, there's these 2 figures that are kind of standing out front. They certainly appear to be skeletal sentinels of some kind. You can see them draped in this black cloth, and they seem to be each holding a very large scythe.
I mean, as much as we could look for a secret entrance, I mean, who's going to find a secret entrance into a high-level wizard's tower? I mean, we just walk up?
I mean, won't they attack us and let him know that we're here?
Yes, 100%, I guess.
I mean, I can make some people invisible. I don't know if they can see through that, but
There's also footprints in the snow.
I'm wondering, since it was so quiet getting here, that's kind of suspicious. I wonder if they already know we're here. But I do agree. I mean, it would be best to go sneaking in. I don't know if going invisible would help us right now, but only because that's may want to save that for later. I don't know.
well, I could use my loot to DOS loot to do it for one person, but
Yeah, they would just see our footprints in the snow. Plus the noise. The crunching of the snow.
maybe we could be trying to be sneaky and maybe do it. But what, you want to just run up and start hacking?
No, I'm just. I could silence them.
How far
I
away
agree,
are they from the door? Are they right next to the door, Adam?
They are not, no. So you guys are about 100 yards from them at the moment. I would say there's probably 20 yards between them and the door into the tower.
Okay. Can I make a perception check to make sure? You said there were corpses.
They're
Just-
skeletal sentinels is how I'm dubbing them at the moment.
No, I mean isn't there like people in the webbing or something like that?
Oh, yes, yep. So you'll notice in the image here, we've got some hanging bodies that are attached to these chains. Yes, you do notice those corpses hanging from chains.
Okay. Can I just try to make a perception check to make sure they're not like secretly moving a little bit and just like undead things?
Sure, give me a blind check with that. All right, so being 100 yards away makes seeing movement pretty difficult. You don't think you see any. They look fairly still. Of course, the wind is whipping every now and again, so you might notice some movement from that, but you can't tell if it's, just the wind or if they're actually unnaturally moving somehow.
Okay.
I'm wondering if we could, like, walk around, like, 90 degrees, and maybe, or come at them from behind. Like, if we could sneak around to the other side and then come towards them and maybe get through the door that way. It can't be easy. I wouldn't have a defense that could be defeated that quickly, though.
Well, I could try if you like. I can go kind of stealthy. I mean, even though I have big feet and everything, I'm kind of stealthy at heart.
So, Adam, I would like, I don't know about you guys, we should get closer and see if those things are even moving. The guys with the large scythe. Might just be a statue or something.
I bet they'll be alive, or not alive, but you know what I mean. But yeah, we can get a little closer if you want.
All right, so you're currently 100 yards away. Group decides to start trying to move a bit closer, and I imagine you're trying to not be detected here. So you get about 20 additional yards closer, and you're kind of still blinking. These skeletons haven't seemed to move at all. They're very, very still. Do you guys continue to approach?
What was our distance again? I was reading.
You're about 80 yards away now.
Okay. We'll hold here for a second. You guys, I could silence that area.
Okay.
If we're worried about them alarming anybody.
I imagine the eyeless one, being a powerful wizard, might have some means of seeing through their senses, seeing and hearing through their senses, so silence might work a little bit, but if they have any way to perceive us beyond that, perhaps they already have.
Tavard has a good point. He might be expecting us. I mean, he's a cocky wizard. I mean, and obviously insecure. He's got this giant tower in the middle of nowhere, right? And so he's like, wants to meet us before he kills us. It could be very simple.
I mean, that's a lot of assumptions for a guy named the Eyeless One. I'm going to assume if he does know we're coming, he's going to try to kill the hell out of us.
I'm with Blixel on this one, and in any case, even if this were an invitation, like, we have to find the thing first and turn it off. I would rather do that before we meet him.
Is there any way to dispel magic on these things? Does anyone have that?
I have that prepared for this session.
Maybe those skeleton guys could be dispelled. I don't know how this works, but
It would be a magical effect. One creature, object, or magical effect within 120 feet. But
You have to
one
do it
creature.
twice. Yeah. That's a lot of high-level magic just to get by 2 front door guards.
all right. Well,
So no, but you're right though, because remember we met Shalina. There was some stuff I had to dispel with the statues, right? So is this like a portent that we saw when we first met Shalina?
maybe, but that's a fair point. That if these are magic, there's probably a lot of magic stuff inside this damn tower.
I would
So-
not be surprised if there were many traps waiting for us that we might need that magic more for.
I say we rush up. You cast silence on them. We slice them up and we go inside.
Yeah. The more Celine talks about, like, they're not gonna yell at the tower, "We're under attack!" You know, there's going to be other means. Silencing them isn't going to stop that communication, or an alarm spell, you know, for example.
If they mobilize in any way, I think we have to assume that the eyeless one knows that we're here.
Can we throw a rock and see if they react to it? Not from this far away. This might be a far throw, but try to gain some distraction and see if they actually move.
Easiest trick in the book. I don't see what could possibly go wrong.
Yeah. Put it on the whiteboard, you know.
I mean,
Or I could thaumaturgy something, right? That's 30 feet. I can make sounds of you know, these creative things I could try to look over.
Sorry, I'm not casting that. I clicked it by accident.
All right, no worries.
I mean, I could create sensory flames, flicker and dim. Wait, you cause flames, so there's no flames there. Harmless tremors on the ground for 1 minute. What about that?
Sure. You have to be 30 feet away, though?
Yeah, I do.
I mean, at that point, we're just
I
talking
feel
to
to
him
you.
anyways.
Yeah. And I could upcast my cantrip, right, Adam?
No.
If we get within 60 feet, I can detect whether they are actually undead skeletons or
Yeah, that would
statues,
be
but
that's a better play. And I do have channel divinity and stuff running, so but yeah, I think that might be a better option. Let's get if we can get within 60, that seems a bit reasonable. What do you guys think?
Sounds good.
60
right.
feet you're trying to get within?
For divine sense.
yes.
All right, so you got quite a ways to go, because remember you were 80 yards or 240 feet away, so you guys continue moving closer. So think of yourself being sort of like on the bottom of the map, and you're moving up or north to get closer to these two creatures. As you continue pushing this way, get to maybe 200 feet away, then 150 feet, then 100 feet, you're realizing this whole time that they have not moved at all, and not within 100 feet, even though the snow is coming down and pelting you and hitting you in the face and so forth, you can now make out that these are skeletal bodies without heads. It actually looks like stone pillars or plinths that skeleton pieces, or think of this as like a skeletal rib cage, the legs, the arms, but no skull, are draped around these objects. You can also see that the scythes, while they're being held in these hands, there is like rope tying them there to keep the scythes held up in place.
They're just there to keep the dummies away like us.
It's a scarecrow.
Well, he's going to be disappointed that that isn't working. But we did see statues come to life the last time, so maybe we just walk around them.
Yeah,
Just
I'm still
in
going to
case.
do divine sense. Just to make sure.
Sure, so you pull yourself within 60 feet now, so going another 40 feet. Go ahead and burn a usage of divine sense. You are confident that these are not undead creatures.
They're clean.
How usable do those scythes look? Serena, you want an upgrade? Are they magic? Superpower?
I doubt it. They're tied by rope.
So's the cabbage chopper.
Oh, that's
rope
true.
Is the rope still holding up this whole time?
It has been, yes.
All right. Well, I mean, there might still be some detection or something like that out there. So, does anyone want to go invisible now?
The problem with my dispel magic, it has to be a magic effect, and I can't assume one's going. Can I, Adam? Can I just like randomly throw something in an area and hope that there's a magical effect that I'm dispelling?
You're saying like target an area and hope there's a magical area of effect in there, and then if there's not, your spell's just
Yeah.
wasted? Yeah, I'd let you do that.
Like an alarm or whatever would be.
Yeah, I would totally let you guess the spell magic, sure.
Sure, it's level 3 slot. Burn them up.
Do you want
Right,
to?
you get the
Are you
idea,
sure?
yeah.
Don't we? Doesn't somebody have detect magic on this team? We would be able to sense the.
I'm a bard and a paladin. I can detect if you're an evil creature.
When I punch things, I can detect if it's solid or not.
I have to be within range of self. Yeah, within 30 feet of me. So I need to get closer to detect magic.
I think, Serena, you can detect magic, right? Maybe.
Serena's still quiet from her time and travels with Lord Derek.
Her mind's somewhere else. Love.
Well, I think she can, but I think she also has to be pretty close, within 30 feet, or something like that.
I mean, I kind of feel like I'd rather use her abilities than my spell slots.
But by that point, you think it might just be over the threshold or something, the alarm?
Yeah, I think so, but I also think that if we just start casting blind dispel magics and hope we hit something, we're just not going to have enough to actually do anything once we're inside.
I mean, I'll have 10 minutes of it detect, so it'll be useful as we approach for sure.
Is that something you're able to ritually cast?
There's an R next to it, yes.
So why don't we back off, activate that without having to use a spell slot, and then walk in and see what we can see. We'll lose a few minutes, but if you say it lasts 10.
Yeah. Just wait 11 minutes and... Okay, I'll start. I don't see what the harm is. I'll start ritually casting Detect Magic.
Okay, yeah, and assuming nobody wants to do anything in that time, that 10 minutes will elapse, and you are now detecting magic.
All right. Do you want to walk around the side of them, or do you want to walk right between them?
I'd rather go off to the side, but I don't know.
Let's
He
go off
would
to
not-
the side.
Yeah, he would not have thought about that.
Yeah, I don't think it'll matter, but we're not gonna get through the gate from here.
Okay, so I think like we come at an angle either this way or this way at him, as opposed to straight there.
All right, you avoid the gauntlet there, sure. So we'll say you come in from the west, moving from the left of the screen towards the right of the screen. You're trying to carefully avoid this blood red ichor webbing like material. It looks very strange, and as you get a bit closer to it, you can see it kind of pulsating a bit. It doesn't detect as magical as far as that spell is concerned, but it's clearly like an unnatural growth of some kind. You make your way around, noticing that those skeletal figures don't seem to move at all, and you find yourself getting closer to the front. So far, nothing has pinged on Detect Magic. Once you're within about 40 feet of this very large door that leads inside, you will notice that it just simply starts swinging open. So it's a double door, and both sides just start opening.
Does it look like anyone is coming through, or is it just opening by itself as near as we can tell?
As best you can tell, it's just opening by itself.
Am I able to detect magic from that?
You do not.
I think it's safe to say he knows we're coming.
Yeah. I think Blix will take out his loot and use it to cast invisibility on himself.
Okay.
I guess we're going in. I'm not detecting any magic. I don't know about the physical traps, but I'm not detecting any magic, guys.
Okay.
I'll go first.
Remember what we're looking for.
All right, so
butler.
as you enter this large open area tavern, you can see that there is a long hallway. There's a long hallway, and then you see that there is a pair of smaller doors at the end of it. You're in essentially a stone entryway, you might say.
I want to look around at him to see if I mean, there's snow outside and things. It's wet. I'm wondering if there's other footprints other than ours around this area.
Sure, yeah, blind check. Nothing that sticks out to you. However, I will mention that while there is snow outside, and that seems to be collecting on the landscape out there, once you step inside, of course, you're not in an area where the snow would be landing. It's just solid stone. And also, you do feel a warmth that seems to be emanating from inside the structure and pushing out this way. It's not like super hot, but it's certainly warmer than the area you're coming from.
Yeah, I just wasn't sure if maybe other people may have tracked in some dirt or wetness or whatever.
There certainly is dirt and stuff like that about, but nothing that you would detect as like footprints, for example.
Cool. Okay.
Okay. Are we all going in? I'm just going to try to follow along behind Tavard.
Yeah, I'm going in too.
All right, I'm going to assume you all enter then and pull the doors behind you close. And that's just a nice way of saying this is going to be the edge of the map. So, yeah, that's why the doors are closed.
That's for Jordan.
Okay, so as you enter this area here, I've got you sort of just laid out in a general, alignment. Feel free to move yourself where you'd like. However, I'm going to give you a quick description. The air here is acrid, tinged with sulfur and faint whispers that echo with no clear source. A narrow bridge of blackened iron is suspended over a churning river of acid that glows a sickly green in the darkness below. The acid hisses constantly, sending up plumes of corrosive vapor that lick the edges of the bridge, leaving rusted scars along its span.
Adam, could you tell me how deep the acid is and compared to the bridge? Is there a gap at all?
Yes. So the bridge is the bottom of the bridge is about 10 feet above the river of acid.
And what are these decorative four things on the map?
These look to be tabards. I think it's probably the best way of describing them. You notice the one on the southeast wall here is tattered, as though it's just with age or time has fallen apart. The rest of them are standing. Each one of them depicts a large skull and a field of red, and it seems as though there are lines of blood off of these red skulls.
Can I see if that tabard that's tethered has been shredded intentionally or just over time?
Sure, you can certainly approach it and throw me a blind check. This certainly looks like it was intentional. In fact, the piece of wood that the tabard would be hung upon is actually broken. It's smashed here, and you can find small little bits of black thorns, I'm going to call them, that are embedded in the wood part.
Is there a way I could piece them together and see if it looked the same as the others, just if it no longer than a couple minutes?
The boards and the tabards?
Yeah, why was this one attacked and not the four is kind of my thought on this as I'm looking at the shredded tabards. Like,
sure, yep, I'm following you. So on a visual glance at each of them, keeping in mind right now nobody has light, you're all relying on dark vision of one method or another. They all look to be identical except for this one that is smashed. You see nothing obviously that sets this one apart other than it is damaged.
huh, well, that's weird.
Well, First of all, is this real acid? Mind if I take part of that tabard?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Lex will take part of the broken tabard and throw it into the acid.
Sure,
See
and
what
yeah,
happens.
you notice it kind of flutters a bit, really light on the air in the room here, but eventually it does hit the acid, like kind of near the bottom part of the bridge. You see it hit, and then the flow of the acid, which is moving pretty quick from the east to the west, it kind of takes it, and you're watching the other side of the bridge to see if the little piece of tabard appears, but you don't see it.
Okay. That's acid, folks.
Oh, Serena's back.
Careful. It's probably a trap.
I was going to say, Libby,
Hey.
we saw you light up there, but I didn't hear anything, so you might need to check your mic.
Adam, I want to take a look underneath the bridge if I can, to see if I can notice anything unusual.
Okay, blind check. Again, keeping in mind that you're all using dark vision right now, and as a reminder, when you're using dark vision without any light source, perception checks based on vision are at a disadvantage. You look underneath the bridge, you don't see anything there that sticks out to you other than the metal work of the bridge itself.
I don't see anything, but I don't have a torch either. I mean, I do have one if we want to, but I don't have it right now. So
All right, I'll light up my shield, Adam.
All right, feel free to use your macro for that. Yeah, so light springs up. You've got 20 feet of bright light, and then you've got the 20 feet of dim light. So, and within 40 feet, you would no longer be making those checks at disadvantage. You try to angle your shield as best you can to give Tabard a little bit of a better look. I was going to say Tabard, but Tabard looking underneath there. I will say that as you're looking, you can see that the bridge looks to be well constructed, but you can see signs of wear from the acid, of course. The underneath of the bridge is a bit pitted, not so much that you think that, oh, this is clearly going to collapse or anything like that, but certainly signs of the acid. And more interestingly, I would say you notice certain spots of the metal of the bridge look almost as though they're a little bit chipped or grooved in, almost as though maybe something was hitting them or stabbing them at time to time.
There might be a creature in that acid, because with thorns as weapons, should we just be aware of that? I mean, who lives in acid?
how about I go ahead across the bridge and see if anything happens? I'll get to the other side because I could go and do a running leap if I need to.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. I'm going to turn off my light.
Adam, I'm going to go ahead and I know that it's not a lot of feet or anything to be able to do this, but I'll get as much of a running, as I can, and I'm going to try to leap. I'm going to try to touch the bridge as few times as possible, if that makes sense.
Tabard Tiny Toes is leaping across. Okay, I gotcha.
I'm a little buttercup, short and stout. Okay.
All right, you make it across the bridge. It doesn't sag or anything like that. It's made of metal, so very resolute. No concerns there. You get across to the other side, kind of skipping as you do. You find the set of doors at the end of this bridge. It looks like they are also, you're guessing, locked based on the wood door itself, and then you can see there's this sort of locking mechanism in the middle.
I'm going to go next because I have magic going, so detect magic. So I'm going to head across Adam too. Hopefully I can tippy toe as well. I'm a teacup, short and stout, not a buttercup though.
Yeah. We don't have teacups where I'm from. We have ale cups, so I had to improvise.
So I might be running out of time here in 10 minutes, Adam. So can I just ping this door and see if it's magic or detecting any of that?
You are not detecting any magic in the area other than what you or your companions brought in with you.
Aren't they supposed to open up for us?
All right,
And both of these doors are locked?
I haven't tried them yet.
They look to be, yes.
before Blixel touches them, I would like to investigate for the potential presence of traps, physical or magical.
Okay, yeah, blind check there, Saline. No, there does not seem to be any traps on this door. It's just a very sturdy door with metal bands, wood door, metal bands, and then a solid-looking lock in the center of the dual doors.
Little B&E?
Yep.
I mean, yeah, does someone have these tools? Otherwise, I have a spell that will work. It will be very loud, though.
You just smash the lock, right?
Does not require. Yeah, it does.
Also, I will no longer be invisible if I do it, so.
Yeah, I think if we're gonna
All right.
B&E this, it's locked, so
Nothing's locked to Shipwrecker.
Let's have Serena and Tavar smash door.
All right, so it sounds like that was Tavard's idea. So Tavard, throw me a blind check. I'll give you advantage because it looks like Serena is assisting.
Well, no, she already put in chat that she was going to smash it open, and I did that as if I was going to help her.
Ah, okay, sure. So with Serena, throw me a blind check, please. All right, the two of you are sort of shoulder jabbing at this door. It looks very solid. Again, two single doors meet in the middle to this big lock. So you're slamming into it. It's giving away a little bit. You're heading into it again. And this sound sort of is echoing out in the area. I'm going to go ahead and lock tokens there.
And Adam, I snuffed out my light, but it didn't take the aura away, but it took the icon away from my token.
Well,
Weird.
that's interesting. Okay, I'm just turn that off manually.
Thanks.
All right, and then it looks like our initiative didn't get cleared from last time, so let me clear it. Oh, you know what? I bet you the scripts all crashed the sandbox. One moment. Wouldn't be Roll20 without some crashing for the final session.
Nice.
I think we're moving pretty quick, guys. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
All right, so that seemed to work. So you're all in initiative now. Just a moment. Okay, so yes, you guys are slamming against the door. You're able to continue acting as you were. You don't see anything immediately, but I would say you could hear the sound of movement in the acid below. Serena, it is your turn. What would you like to do?
Can you attack the lock or smash it?
Serena, we still can't hear you on the mic.
Oh, I think I figured the problem out.
I
can
hear you
barely
now.
hear you,
You're
yeah.
very quiet.
Okay. I will fix that. But, so the first attempt did not open the door, unlock the door?
Correct. So you guys are smashing into it. I would say you're making progress, but it's not as easy as just hitting it with your shoulders. You're kind of like damaging the door little by little.
I'd like to continue to attempt to do that.
Okay, so you spend an action doing that once again, and go ahead and throw me another blind check on that, Serena, and then you can end your turn. Yeah, that doesn't seem to make much progress that time.
Come on, Tavern, help me with this.
Okay, Tabard.
Get out of the way. I'll show you how it's done.
There's something in acid. I got a bad feeling about this.
Yeah, I'm just hoping if we get through the door, though, that we don't, you know. Yeah, actually, I'm going to just take I'm going to come over here, spread out a little bit, and I'm going to take the dodge action. That's what I'm going to do.
Okay. All right.
At this point, would the lock be so damaged as to, like, a knock spell wouldn't work on it?
You
anymore?
don't think so? You think knock would work just fine? I would say on a quick visual glance, you feel like they've only done a little bit of damage to the door.
Okay. Something's moving in the acid. I can't wait. This is going to come up here. He's going to cast knock.
All right, go ahead and post that, and then remove your invisibility icon. Okay, so what I will say, what you notice here, Blixel, is this large center metal lock. When you cast knock on it, the lock itself seems to vanish.
Excellent. And then can I open the door?
You can. I'm going to remove the lock setting on these. Yes, you can open one door as interact with object.
And since he's visible now, he gestures for everybody to come in. And he will take a step in. That's the end of my turn.
Okay, Gordon's turn.
All right, he did it. 5, 10, 15, 20. There's a hallway. 25, 30. I'm going to, as I pass by, interact with objects to open that door. Not like it really matters, but then I want to take a dodge action, please.
Okay. All right, before Celine's turn, from the acid river below emerges a massive 5-headed creature. As its heads, one by one, spring forth above the line of acid, you see them all spinning, looking towards Celine, Tavard, and Serena. Celine, please give me 2 defensive rolls. Tavard, 2 defensive rolls. Serena, 1 defensive roll.
I will shield as a reaction.
All right, go ahead and burn your reaction.
And I'm dodging.
Ooh.
Okay, so with shield, that will essentially what you notice is all 5 of the heads are going to spit acid, and each of you manages to evade or absorb the acid thanks to the shield. Celine, it is your turn.
I'm going to disengage and I'm going to run. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Big Hydra! I'll say to the people behind.
Oh, no.
Close the door on your way out. I don't know if Hydras can open doors.
Okay, at
That's
the
all I got.
end of Celine's turn, as a legendary action, the Hydra is going to use its Wallowing Rampage ability, which essentially means it starts thrashing around in the acid, shooting big glops of acid and spraying it all in this area. So what that means is everybody within 20 feet of the Hydra, which is everybody except Celine, I need you to give me a dexterity saving throw.
Can I hero point that?
If you're willing to burn your reaction, sure.
No, I'm gonna keep my hero point.
All right, and then it looks like just Serena. Yep, so you will have advantage on this, Serena. Okay, so everybody except Blixel will succeed. So I'm just going to roll these in order. So Tabard, then Gordon, then Blixel, then Serena. All right, so Tabard, you take half, so 9. Gordon, you take half, so 8. Blixer, you take full, so 18. And then Serena, you take half, so 5. All right, so as the acid flings up and burns some of you, we are at Serena's turn.
Get in here, close the door.
I haven't quite got my mic fixed, but I'm gonna hold an action to attack an enemy, but I didn't shut the doors since Tavard's still out there.
Thank you.
Okay.
But there's 2 doors, but yet.
We can get him.
Okay, Tabard.
All right. I'm going to take the dodge action in case it has a reach. And then I'm going to scurry away.
All right, as you move to there, you're good. And from there, it is going to take an opportunity attack against you. Defensive roll, please. All right, you will manage to evade as the head lashes out and snaps nearby you.
I closed the door, but I don't know. Yeah, okay. I wasn't sure if Blixel's... All right, that'll end my turn.
Okay, Blixel.
All right, Pixel will go here. Shut that door. And then just clap his hands together in success and say, that's how you handle that. And come back up here. But I am really messed up from that acid, so... I guess he will... There's no more acid, like, on him, right?
It doesn't
get
seem
off.
to be like an ongoing effect, no.
I guess he will... cast... Cure Wounds on himself. And get back to Dolph. That's the end of his turn.
Okay, Gordon.
Alright, I'm gonna move up. 30 to there. And I will take a dodge action just to kind of see and make sure that we are maybe safe in here. I don't know. I'm looking around. What's going to happen next?
All right, once we get back to the Hydra's turn, you see no immediate effects from the door. You don't hear anything. Seems as though we are out of combat, folks.
Notice the word seems.
All right, as you find yourself in this hallway now, the first thing you notice now that you've pushed more into the towers, there seems to be almost a lingering darkness that permeates this area. It doesn't affect your vision, but it almost like you can feel and see bits of shadow that seems to twist around, and it changes the way the ground looks as you're stepping by. Every now and again, it's just as though darkness seems to be suffusing the area.
Wow.
I'm noticing, Adam, the tiles on the north side look differently than the other tiles. If I get closer, will I be able to perceive something interesting about that?
Throw me a blind check to see if anything along those lines sticks out to you. No, you don't think so. Maybe it's just the design style. It seems to be similar to the doors on the south, so maybe it's just a design aesthetic.
Nice touch.
That's where you guys want to go, north or west?
I don't like. Yeah, I say we go west. I don't like leaving open doors behind, or closed doors behind us. If we're gonna go north at all.
Okay.
I'm
I'm
gonna
gonna open
listen
this one.
for any sound of water.
Okay, blind check
Let
there,
you know I
Serena.
could hear you pretty good, so.
I'm gonna check for traps.
All right, blind check as well then, Blixel.
I help.
Sure, I'll give him advantage on that check. Blixel, you do not find any traps on that west wall. Serena, you listen here in the hallway for any sounds of water, but no, you don't hear any.
I could open the door on the south next to Blixel if you guys want to get out of the fatal funnel. Alright, I'm gonna try to thaumaturgy the southern door on the west side, Adam.
Okay, yes, it does indeed open.
I hit it.
It's another hallway. I enter. Can I look for hidden doors?
Sure, yeah, throw me a blind check as you do that in the hallway here, Blixel. No, you don't find any hidden doors here.
This guy's thought of everything.
But except, as you guys are moving about here, Gordon, you happen to notice what looks to be a secret door right next to Saline.
Bailey, don't move.
I really want to move. I can't. The tokens are locked. I can move now.
Hey, Blixel, is this what you're looking for?
Oh, yeah. How'd you find that?
It just caught my eye. It's weird. It was probably Sarah giving me some type of divine blessing. We're gonna do it. We're gonna win D&D today. I can feel it.
Maybe I should have kept my original eyes after they were scorched out of my head. Anyways,
Oh, no.
should I open it?
No, we do the SOPs, remember? Sniff, smell, thaumaturgy.
Oh, who's good at looking for traps?
I don't know about good, but I have investigation.
Hey, you're good.
You spend about a minute or so there, Saline, and you do not discover any traps.
Alright, thaumaturge.
You attempt to open the door from distance here, Gordon, but it does not open.
It's locked. Might need a secret device to activate it.
I mean, I can unlock it pretty much. If it's locked, I can probably unlock it.
You look for any signs of like a key lock, a keyhole, something like that you could interact with here. There doesn't seem to be. You can tell there's this outline of this door now that Gordon's pointed it out to you, but you don't see any handles. You don't see any way for this to slide or lift or depress or anything. You can tell it's a door, but you don't see any way of opening it from this side.
I push against it to make sure it's solid.
Yes, it is, and it does not open.
This could be something you dispel magic, maybe. I don't know. Is it magic? The door itself?
My detection fell. Been 10 minutes already, yeah. I mean, I could burn. It's just a level 1. I could burn one. Thank you, Serena.
All right, use a usage of your magic awareness, Serena. The door is not magical.
No.
Huh.
Maybe it's just a one way.
It could be a way out, like a quick way out. We gotta mark that on our map.
No one has a way to, like, mold earth or anything like that. We can dig a hole or something through it. I hate to leave a secret door behind us, like you said. That's how secret enemies get behind us.
I'm a little stronger than Blixel, so I'll give it a good, firm try.
And I'll get over there and help her.
You try to get both your bodies in this narrow area to try to push against it, but it seems no fruit is born from this effort. You can tell that it's very solid. Hitting against it, it's like hitting against stone. There's no give to it. You don't think this is a door that could be physically battered open.
All right, well, Let's mark
Can
it
I look
down.
around, like an active investigation check on the wall, see if there's like a mechanism or some other hidden compartment like that widget we found before to open the portcullis?
So I would say when you were searching for traps, that would have also encompassed that, and you didn't find anything like that.
Well, let's carry on then.
Anyone have any like caltrops or some ball bearings to put down in front of this, just so if someone comes out, they fall? That would be funny.
They'd be particularly embarrassed, but I don't think anything would happen to them.
I don't know if this would matter at all, but I guess I could put like a bunch of copper pieces or whatever, stack them up. Maybe someone trips over and we can at least hear it. But I mean, that's really kind of
Yeah,
Well,
that's a
not
good
a bad
idea.
idea. And not just hear it, but see that they've been knocked over. That someone was there using the door. Yeah, you could stack like 15 coins, and then if they're knocked over, then we'll know that someone's used the door if we ever come back through here, maybe.
All right, is that what somebody would like to do? Is put a stack of coins right in front of the wall there?
yeah. Adam, I went ahead and I just marked it with some red stuff there. That'll be my stack of. I put 15 copper pieces there.
All right, sounds good.
All right, Serena, are they locked or trapped?
And Adam, just to let you know, it's right up against the door. There, it doesn't look like that, but that's.
Yep, I'm with you. I get you.
Yeah.
You ladies figured this out.
No signs of traps there, Saline?
Do you hear anything, Serena?
Serena, you hear the sound of distant chatter, as though there are conversations taking place at a great distance. You can just hear fragments, a word here and there, but you can't make out what they're trying to say or what exactly this conversation's about.
Does it sound like common and humanoid voices?
It sounds like the Anwirian language that you would assume to be the most common language in this area, yes, and best you can tell, it sounds like humanoid voices.
I'm gonna step over here and convey that to the group.
And is there, I see those like lever door handles on the door there, Adam?
Yes. Well, when you say lever, just think of them as metal rungs, I guess, and you'd put your hand in the rung and pull it.
Oh, okay. All right. Like you're walking in the store or something, you pull it. Okay.
Kinda, yep.
It's the dead body store in here. Hydra store. All right. So there's people over there?
You guys want to go through these doors and chat with them, or you want to try the other doors?
Maybe we can torture them and maybe we can question them, you know?
Maybe. I figured, yeah, let's go through there.
Okay, I could pull the doors if, but they'll know if it's locked. They'll know that's been a force used to open them. You guys all set?
Mm-hmm.
Shipwreckers in hand.
Which door you go? Which door is it?
That's it. Yep. I think I'm within 30, right? I'm 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
Yep, yeah, that works.
All right, I'm going to open the one in front of Serena. I'm going to pop thaumaturgy, and I'm just going to open the door.
Give it a click, see if it opens. All right, the door opens, and as it does, you feel a cold draft come through the open doorway, Serena. You can see some candles, and it looks like they all just recently were put out. As you're looking in that direction, you can see the wicks. You can see that they're scorched on the top of their wicks. You can even see bits of smoke coming off of them as though someone just blew them out.
Run through.
All right, as you enter the room proper, you notice this long runner that goes from the east to the west of the room, ending in another one of these tabards. You also notice various mausoleums or burial places, one in each corner it seems, and each one of them is surrounded by candles, all of them seemingly having just recently been put out.
All of them? Like 20, 30?
Yes, every single one.
Wow.
That's a lot of thaumaturgy.
Blixel will throw up the runner and move it.
Okay, it's quite tattered and it falls apart in your hands a bit, but the little bit that stays together, you are able to move it. It's very dusty around the area, a little bit less dusty under the runner, except where there's holes and things, but doesn't seem to be anything underneath.
I think we disturbed the dead from their communing.
How high is the ceiling? What's going on above us as I walk in?
About 15 feet high from ground to the ceiling, all made of this stonework that has been similar to the entire tower structure that you've seen so far. Nothing that looks out of the ordinary. Obviously, you might see like cobwebs here and there, but nothing massive, nothing like that.
And that's the same red skull tabard.
It is, yes.
Adam, I'm gonna pull this open there, try to see if there's anything behind it.
The wood that the tabard is put up against?
Yeah, I'm just gonna remove the whole thing.
All right, it takes a little bit of doing because it's affixed to the wall, but yeah, with a minute of work and kind of prying, you can certainly pull it off. You can see it was like nailed to the wall is the best approximation, but there doesn't seem to be anything behind it except for a big blank area now that's far less covered in dust and such, and you can see an obvious sign of where you've removed this.
Can I check to see if you said there was a layer of dust, things like that. Can I check to see if there's any signs that one area, basically I'm trying to get an idea if there's a hidden trap door behind there.
Oh, okay, sure, yeah, throw me a blind check.
Any signs, we heard voices, type things, so.
To your incredibly trained investigative eye, no.
Yeah, well, that could be meaningful, right? and
Yeah.
And I think the DM is mocking my lack of training in investigation.
That's what Blixel was going to do too, is look for a hidden door
Let
that they
Celine
might have
look.
escaped out of.
I mean, let Celine look for it. Because
Sure.
we did hear voices here, and they were either the ghostly voices, and they were communing with themselves, or someone has been in here and they're not here now. So they must have gone through a door. Celine, is there a chance you could try to find something?
I could try. We don't still currently hear the voices, right? When did they stop?
You're kind of
it when we-
moving around, your boots are stamping, you guys are making noise yourself, so if there were voices, you're not sure you would hear them anyway.
Can we all hold for a minute and see if we can listen?
All right, you hold stock still as a team and just try to hold your breath even to be as quiet as you possibly can, and sure enough, you can hear eventually words seeming to seep in through the walls near where the crypts are. They seem to just sort of float around this room. You try to make out exactly what they're saying. You could pick up a few fragments. You hear words like rest, you hear gone, you hear new. It's hard to make out what this is trying to say.
And these are coming from, it sounds like it's coming from behind the walls, not from the little tombs themselves. Are these like sarcophagi? What are these? I'm sorry.
Yes, they look to be sarcophagi, and it seems like they're coming from those general vicinities, yes.
Okay.
Do we see any nameplates or anything like that?
No, you do not.
I think the voices are coming from potentially inside the sarcophagi. I'm not sure how wise it is to disturb the dead here.
Can I discern any religious efforts or affiliations? Although I don't have religion as a oh, I do actually. To see what kind of burial was done for these corpses.
Might be a bit difficult, but sure, throw me a blind check. We'll see how well you are at that. So I would say you don't know like in what custom they are buried in because they're sealed in sarcophagus. That could be several, different traditions or religious sort of, traditions. But I will say, as you're looking around, you notice these candles that are around here, and you can see that the candles themselves are, while they appear white at first, as you get a little bit closer to them, the candles look to be more of like a true cream color, and the wicks are like very, very dark, even where they're not burned. And you seem to recall these being candles that would be used in services to the Cold Rider.
Hey, Celine, I know very little about the Cold Rider. Doesn't this remind you of that?
Find out.
So, just to clarify, Saline, you're like listening to what Gordon's saying, and what is it that you're trying to determine? Just if you think it's linked to the Cold Rider?
What about the Cold Rider do I know?
So I would say the Cold Rider is sort of a very mysterious deity in the land of Cerilia. He is sort of that shadow that is there whenever you're like in a distance and you look behind. You might see like a rider, like literally on an undead steed, sort of cloaked and in the background. It's always hard to make out the face. So think of this sort of like looming specter that people will say, this ran across a grave, felt a cold chill down my back. Pretty much all the dark and evil, like necromantic kind of focus, you could say. A lot of times people will name the Cold Rider as being involved in some way.
I'll convey this to Gordon.
Thanks. Oh yeah, that sounds horrible. Is there a name on this sarcophagus that I'm standing in?
There is no nameplate, no names.
I'm gonna just say hello. Are you guys new? Taking a rest? I'm Gordon, by the way. Shh.
You take a moment to listen quietly, seeing if you can hear anything, and then eventually you hear the word welcome.
Ah. Thanks. Did we disrupt your guys' communion?
It takes another minute or so as you're silently looking around at each other before you hear a response of no.
I think I need to be careful of my next questions. Yeah. We are looking for a beautiful magic fountain. Can you tell us where it is?
This time the response is much quicker. You actually hear a low chuckle. And then the voice seems to solidify a bit more, coming right from the sarcophagus to your north, Gordon. What you look for is not a fountain, but is instead a font of magic.
Of course. Where is it, please?
It is in the room to the east.
Can you tell me how to open that door?
That door is barred from the east. The bar would have to be removed to open it.
Okay.
As you ask this question, Serena, there's a bit of quiet once again as you're kind of all looking around, and then the same voice that spoke to Gordon says, "Beware the jester."
Can't Serena go intangible? Couldn't she go through the door?
Oh, actually, not only that, but with my new armor.
You can go ethereal, right?
What does that do? Yeah.
And then she could remove the bar from the other side.
Assuming there's
Yes,
not
he's
a bunch
fine.
of horrible things waiting for her on the other side that she would then have to deal with alone.
Yeah.
While my friends are discussing plans, what happens if I light the candles around your sarcophagus?
They will burn.
I like you. I like you. But weren't they recently lit? Who lit them?
We enjoy seeing the flickering flames from time to time.
Oh. Would you like for me to light them?
We can light them when we wish.
Oh, that's nice. So, did you used to live here, or who brought you to your gone state?
You hear almost like the conversation gets a bit interrupted, and then it's sort of picked up as though you're in the middle of a sentence, and you hear, "Eyeless one gathers, brings all here."
Oh, are you part of his army?
No, we are victims.
Can I do? It's gonna be impossible, probably, but I would not sleep unless I said I'd like to insight that conversation I'm having with an undead creature. I want to.
Insight for what purpose?
Yeah, I want to see if he's being truthful with me, if he is a victim and he's helpful, and maybe I can ask more pointed questions.
I'll give you a blind check. I'll say at disadvantage. There's no body language to check out, nothing like that. I would say in general, you don't get the sense that this voice is malevolent in any way. It just sounds almost like a disembodied soul.
Can you tell us about the jester?
He is very grim and deadly. His jokes can kill.
Yeah. I've heard guys claim that before. They bombed.
Well, friend, we are actually here to permanently deal with the eyeless one. After we deal with the fount of magic, where is the eyeless one?
There's a bit of silence for a moment. You get the impression as though the voice is like maybe a bit confused. And then after a moment later of silence, you hear, "Right now, on the second floor."
You guys want to come with? Could be cool. We're good people. We could avenge your deaths.
We are bound here until we are released by the Eyeless One.
By his death?
By its death.
What can you tell us about it? What species or type of creature is the Eyeless One?
None and all.
Any vulnerabilities we could be aware of to kind of help us in our quest?
Arrogance.
Oh, we're familiar with that. You get many visitors here? When's the last time you talked to some people?
Gordon, you gotta go quick here.
Yeah, we gotta go, but you get visitors through here at all?
Not many, but perhaps somewhat recently.
And who is that?
A woman.
And what did she want?
She asked questions much like you did.
Was she an assassin?
do not know. I cannot see beyond the bounds of this room.
Was she
You
dressed in armor?
No.
Is she still here? You knew who the eyeless one is. Where is that woman? Is she still here?
There's a bit of a longer silence once again. You hear, I sense that she is on the second floor.
Oh, wow.
Not
He's
my
got
baby
company.
mama.
Interesting. Serena is going to put a gold coin on top of each of the sarcophagi.
Okay, yep, you do so.
Thank you, guys, and bless you during your rest. If we have an opportunity to see you recover fully, I'll be happy to see it happen. Wish us luck.
You hear an exhalation of air.
Insight that air check. No.
That's a pass gas moment, I think. I don't know.
All right, so we got some stuff there, boys and girls.
All right.
Second floor, eyeless one. Second floor, female. We can all go, and the fount is behind that locked door.
Yeah. Or the impenetrable door.
Hey, Tavard, you coming or you want to hang
Yeah.
out?
Bye, guys. Thank you for the words of wisdom.
We'll free them. Don't worry. Nothing should live like that. He looks over at Serena.
Coming back out, do the coins look like they have been disturbed in any way, or are they where we left them?
They just look like they were poorly stacked, like by somebody in a hurry.
Mm.
All
Well,
right.
If we can't get through this door, then there's only one way to go, and we have to.
Well, I could gaseous form.
Yeah. But
Is there a crack?
You don't see an obvious crack, no?
What about that thing you do when you're, really feeling your roots? That's different than that, right? You can go through tangible objects then?
Yeah. I hate to waste it.
Yeah, but if you could read the scroll in that condition, right? That's what you. If you're alone, maybe you could just diffuse it by reading the scroll.
Yeah. I mean, I was thinking just remove the bar, but yeah. It's right there. I hate for you to waste it or use it too, but it's, a big
Not saying
objective through here.
I am willing to give you the scroll if this is really what you want to do, but I am concerned about what might be on the other side. If this thing is very important to him, and it must be if he uses it to channel his magic and improve it, there may well be guards posted.
So she could open the door, though, right? She could probably take a turn to lift that binding and then get one turn of taking hits before she, yeah.
If she survives the turn.
Before the
Right.
jester appears.
Now, as far as the gesture goes, maybe if we don't want to hear his bad jokes, maybe there's something we can put in our ears.
Well, I could silence it but
Ah,
I have
yeah.
a silence spell.
It's a good idea. It might be him talking to our heads, but if it is him speaking, silence will render him powerless.
Oh, I'm popping it. If I see him, it's gonna be like turn one.
Can I take a close investigation of the door in order to make a well-informed call on whether I feel that there's no way that gas could pass around it or under it.
I would say that based on what you know about how doors are constructed, there's no way a door could be, unless it was magical, could be completely sealed and not impenetrable by gas in one moment and then like opened. Like it would be impossible to open a normal door that doesn't have at least a gap of some kind. You just don't see one from the side.
That's what I was thinking too. So that's why
Is it a
kinda wanna-
potion?
It's her new armor.
Oh, it's a new. Well, yeah, maybe. Why not? Like, how often do we actually use gaseous form in D&D? Seems like a good use of it.
That's true. Yeah.
All right, does that
Are
mean you
you-
would like to use that there, Serena?
Are you able to perceive while you're in a gaseous form? Or no?
That's
Or
what
would you have to pop out of it?
I'm double checking the way the spell's written. I think you can, though.
Can't talk or manipulate objects.
Yeah, it doesn't say you can't perceive, so I would assume your perception's still normal.
And how big is it as noticeability? Is it up to the caster, quote unquote, or is it automatically a fog of 20 feet wide enters a room and people are like, what the fuck is that?
It doesn't specify, so Misty Cloud, because it doesn't say any other thing about it, I'm going to assume it's still the same vague form as Serena, just a Misty Cloud.
So you'd look like a human on the other side, maybe, but in a cloud form, maybe.
I would say vaguely humanoid, but yeah, size-wise, but the cloud would be
Okay.
about the size of Serena.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it. I do it.
Yeah, hell yeah, I love it.
All right.
So remember, this
Now we're
lasts for 1 minute used through the armor. So you turn into a gaseous cloud, and then you're trying to essentially seep underneath the door.
Yep.
All right, you are able to do so. You seep to the
Awesome.
other side of the door and kind of basically go against the door. You feel like there's a little bit of a tiny gap that's kind of visually indetectable, but you're able to slip underneath it, appear on the other side, and much like the disembodied voices said, you notice that there is a large iron bar that is on this side of the room, and there's a little like handle on the bar that you could essentially lift up to remove the bar.
And
actually, one
can't-
other thing. Sorry, I want to make sure you see this as well. So because you're on this side now, you see that the other end also ends in a door, which is visible to you at this point because you're on this side of the wall. So it's clearly a door from this side. You don't notice that there is a bar on this side, however.
Ooh.
So again, just really quick, barred doors right here. This is just a secret door that is clearly visible to you from this side. Hopefully that makes sense.
Okay. I'm really tempted to not drop gaseous form to make sure that we can go through the next door.
And just keep
And
in
I
mind, it
know
only
that
lasts
may-
a minute. So you got to think kind of quickly what you like to do.
Would probably not agree with that course of action.
We're not there.
But you're not there, so you can't stop me. The act of moving to this door and back, I mean, that doesn't take me.
Well, remember, you can only move
Very
10
long.
feet at a time in a round as gas. So even if I assume you're dashing, it'd be 5, 10, 15, 20. That would be a round to get to the door. So figure you've got like,
Yeah, I got tons of time.
9 rounds left-ish.
I'm going to. Oh, but I can't interact with it, so I'd
Correct.
still have to gaseous form or through it. Okay, that's pretty risky. Okay, nope. I'm gonna drop gaseous form.
Okay, you resume your normal form.
And I unbar the door.
Okay, it is unbarred.
Hi guys!
Hey,
That's awesome.
it worked.
Look, it's just a hallway.
What a great party trick.
I don't see any font. They said it would be obvious.
Well, there's this door. Should I open it?
Well, we gotta do the protocol.
Yep, protocol. Smell, taste, open.
You don't find any signs of trap saline.
Oh, do I
You gotta
listen?
listen.
Is that the next thing?
Yes, yeah, listen. Barbarian. Yeah, you know.
You do hear something through the door, Serena. It sounds like crackling energy.
Okay. Oh, that might be the font.
That might be the bomb.
Alright,
Or a
here's the
lightning
new-
bolt aimed right down at us. That's down this narrow hallway here. We'll see.
And I have to stay within 30 feet to pop the door. Alright. You guys ready, or do I am the only one who's gonna take
I'm
the
ready.
hit?
I'm ready.
Born
I'm in
ready.
here.
You're born ready? You're born ready? Here we go. Thaumaturgy!
All right, as the door opens, I'm going to give you this brief description, Serena, and I'm going to kind of cut this down to only what you'd actually be able to tell at the moment. So there's a dais, which looks to be in the center of the room, and there is a giant skull on the dais. Atop the skull is a conflagration of magic. Purplish bolts of energy jump across and between the circle haphazardly. There can be no doubt this must be the font of magic Lord Derek mentioned. Because you're seeing this weird magic jump around and it's just so strange, I'm going to go ahead and put us in initiative order.
Oh, that's why?
Clearly, that's why. No other reason. All right, Saline, you're the quickest to react as this is going on. Again, you're in the
Well,
hallway.
I gotta roll one more time.
Oh, right, because you have advantage at this point?
I have some sort of advantage on initiative rolls.
All right, I will move you
I'll
up
find it.
to there then.
Hey, Celine, they found it. There's the fount. You got that scroll?
Get in there. All by yourself.
Adam,
wait
were you saying
outside.
something?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
You were saying something before she had to roll initiative. Something about being in the hallway.
Well, I was just saying, you're in the hallway, so you might not really be able to be aware of what's going on. You can take your turn as normal, but obviously you're not seeing much from where you're currently at.
That's why I
Um,
said what I said, yeah.
Well, I can't get in there on this turn without dashing, which would take my action. It's an action to read the scroll. Can you remind me what specific instructions we need to do to...
It sounded like it was a little bit of a process, and you think it's probably going to take you longer than an action.
Okay. Well, I see it, but I would like the team to go in and sweep before we commit to anything. So I'm not just going to run in there and, you know, start chanting, because who knows what would happen. So I'm just going to hang out around the corner here. And I guess I will... If I ready an action, I don't have to choose to take... I can choose not to take it if necessary, right?
That is correct. Yeah, when the trigger happens, you can say, I choose not to do it.
Okay, I will ready an action to dash move. Can I do that if the rest of my team runs into the other room? Or the
I'm
people
going
out
to
in
need
this
you to
hallway?
be a bit more specific, and remember, you can only trigger things based on what you can perceive. So if you want to
Okay.
say when no other members of your team are still in this hallway, you could do it that way.
Yes, that's what I'll do. So I'll run. I'll ready my action to run in after them if the last member in this hallway runs into the room. How's that?
Yeah, I think we're saying the same thing, so yes, that'll work.
Okay.
Okay, Serena.
Ah, there's that little bugger.
It's a giant skull.
As you step into the room proper, Serena, you notice to your southeast a skeletal hand gripping a pillar. It then turns and looks towards you, and you spot a skeleton wearing a jester's cap.
Oh.
The jester's in here.
Jester's in here, everybody.
Jester's in here, everybody.
Well, that sucks. Ooh, do I have reach from here?
You would, yep.
I mean, maybe he's friendly. No, I'm just kidding. Given the warnings from our undead friends, or our dead friends, I'm going to go ahead and attack right off the bat.
All right, you try to swing around the pillar and hit the jester. Go ahead and make your attacks.
I'm actually gonna rage first.
Okay. All right, you rage and you get the flower and vines effect. So the ground within 15 feet is difficult terrain for your enemies. Okay.
Now I'm gonna swing.
Okay, you swing around the pillar, and yes, that will connect. You notice the creature is resistant to cold damage.
I'm gonna make this reckless.
All right, then you choose to reckless attack, and that will hit. Okay, you have wounded the jester a second time.
What are these holes?
Those are urns and the areas like that are up against the wall. So think of them as like pottery, open-topped urns.
Okay. Then I'm probably ill-advisedly. Well, no, I'm just gonna take one step in because I don't want to create a bottleneck.
All right, I'm going to put you. Yep, there you go. Okay.
And I'm gonna say, come on, guys, you want a piece of the jester, right? Get in here.
Yeah, that's my shtick. Buxel's gonna go forward.
The jester fight. I love it.
But he is going to do. He is going to.
You can mock
Race-
each other. Let's do it.
Well, no, this turn he's not going to though. He's gonna racially cast fairy fire.
Okay. I'm pretty sure that one's on smart AoE.
You guys get into a wrap off. Mother jokes until someone dies.
Dang.
He's not
Okay.
affected.
All right, and he Buxel sees that it doesn't affect him, and he like gives Serena a pound and says, "Go get him, Tiger." Just goes behind her.
All right, on the jester's turn, he's going to say, "Have you heard the one about the lady with red hair? She burst into flames!" I'll need everyone to make a wisdom saving throw.
Burn them if you got them, boys and girls. And I'm going to do that.
I would like to inspiration.
Okay.
I would like the inspiration.
Okay.
21
All right,
for me.
looks like everyone's done rolling, so I'm going to do some quick math here. Okay, so Gordon has a 25, so you'll be successful. Taver, you failed, used your inspiration, rolled a 10, a 13 total. Are you doing anything else?
I'm going to hero point that.
Okay, so you use your reaction to hero point. Go ahead. Okay, that's going to give you a 17. That is still a failure. Let's see, moving next to Serena, who rolled a 14. Anything you're doing, Serena?
Not if a 17 is a failure. I don't know what I could do. I mean, I guess.
You can hero point, right?
Yeah, but
Isn't it a D6?
D8, I think.
It is a
So
D8.
I'll put.
Yeah.
it's a D8.
You have a chance.
Yep, yeah, at your level now, hero points are D8. So if you spend a hero point, you'd roll a D8.
Oh, let's do that then.
All right, that will put you up to a 16. Unfortunately, that is still a failure. Then moving down to Blixel. Blixel, you roll a 16. That's a failure.
Yeah, I'm gonna hero point this one though.
All right, go ahead and burn your reaction, hero point. All right, 22 is a success. Then moving to Saline, you said 21 with your mod. That is a success. Okay, if you failed this save, you fall prone in a fit of deadly laughter. So please set yourselves to prone if you failed the save. And then those of you that fell prone, please GM roll me a 1d4. Gordon, it is your turn.
Okay, so I see Tavard down, right?
You do, yes.
Yeah, Tavard's prone. Okay, and you're laughing like a maniac.
Serena, please
Deadly.
re-roll that GM roll just so nobody else knows that number.
Oh, I did it on my sheet, but I see I have to do it on the dice roller. Sorry.
Yep, no worries. Okay, I'm sorry, Gordon, go ahead.
We all heard this, so clearly I know this is a magical effect from the jester, based on what we learned from the crypt and him telling a bad redhead joke. Okay, so I don't need to figure out what's wrong with Tavard. I'm trying to see if I have anything to bring him up. And you know what? I'm not. I gotta move in. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Where'd he go?
He ran to the southeast.
Okay. This spot right here, Adam? This corner here? Can I pop my 5, 10, 15? 5,
Mind the
10?
font.
Point I could see within range for silence. 20-foot cone, I think. Let me read it again. I think of it. Yeah, 20-foot radius sphere. Okay, radius. Oh. Well, sorry guys, we're all gonna be trouble casting spells here, so
Yeah, no
I'm
problem.
all right.
No, you can move it. Just do like the far corner, you know?
Yeah, I'm gonna put it. Can I hit past that and hit it there, Adam?
I'm seeing if
My
this one's on
silence.
smart AoE, because if it is, you should be able to just cast it. Okay, it is not. Post silence for me real quick. So within 120 feet, a 20-foot radius, and I'm sorry, where you want it to be?
This, I don't know, looks like stairs or something behind the fountain.
Okay, yeah, that should be no problem. Hang on one sec. So, like that?
I'm not seeing it for some reason.
The reason you're not seeing it is because I put it on don't broadcast to others. Just one moment. All right, so like this, but you want it to be... Oop, can't move it after you draw it. That's pretty annoying. Let me try one more time. So like that. So basically, I've
Yeah.
got this. Okay.
That looks good to me. Okay, I'm gonna pop silence there as my action, and then I'm going to um. I gotta stay here. No, do I? No, I don't. No, can't do anything else. Can't move. Bonus action. Nope. Okay, that's it. All right. It's silence over there in the corner.
All right, Tavern, because you are currently having this deadly laughter, you are considered to be incapacitated and unable to stand up from prone, which basically means there's not much you can do on your turn. However, at the end of your turn, you can go ahead and throw me a Constitution saving throw. That will be a failure.
All right, I'll keep it for now. I used my last inspiration just in case.
All right, as a result of the killing joke, you are reduced to 0 hit points. Celine, your turn.
That's unfortunate. Do we? So I guess he's like out now, right? He's not like still
So
laughing.
basically,
Even though
you
he's
hear
like,
like, ah! And he stops moving entirely.
okay. Well. So the thing is, I don't know if he's necessarily dead, and I don't want to take the time to check on that. So I am going to, because I'm right here, I will cast Healing Word on him and hope it brings him back.
All right.
Bonus
Well, normally I wouldn't allow this, but this is a very powerful opponent. So unfortunately, when you cast Healing Word, the Jester is going to use his Ridicule Hope reaction. When a spell that restores hit points is cast within 60 feet of the Jester, doing a quick check to make sure I'm not cheating on that. You are exactly 60 feet away from him. The spell deals damage instead of healing. So that'll be one failed death save to you, Tavern.
Did that require any verbal?
No,
from
I was just double checking that since he's in the silence. It does not.
All right. Well, in that case, that's his reaction, though. So if anyone has ways to punish him for that, go ahead. So instead, what I'm going to do, seeing that didn't work, I'm going to come up here and I'm going to try to do a medicine check to stabilize him.
Okay, yep, you
Is
can do that.
Public or blind?
Yeah, blind check, please. He seems to be stabilized.
Okay. And then we're going to go in. Gordon, Tavard's down.
Oh God.
And then that was 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. And I guess I'll stop here because I don't have an action to dash and I don't want to fall prone in Gordon's space.
All right, Serena, you are incapacitated, unable to stand up. End of your turn. Constitution saving throw.
You may want to pass this.
You have failed this save, Serena.
Can I do inspiration and try that again?
You sure can. Go ahead and click your inspiration. We'll add 6 to whatever you roll. A 14 is still going to be a failure.
Can I hero point that as well?
You can use your reaction to burn a hero point. Yes.
Heck yeah.
All right, with a 7, that's 21. That is a success. So you are no longer under the effects. Your turn is over. You are still prone, but you are no longer under the effects of the killing joke. Blixel, your turn.
Okay. So I guess if I see that she is not laughing anymore, does it look dangerous to go through this area?
It's a crackling field of purplish energy where energy radiates from one side to the other, striking and so forth. It could be.
Okay. I'm gonna go this way then. Yeah. Okay, so I can get up to him. So I'm gonna stride towards him.
Okay.
I'm gonna pull out the short sword in my offhand. I have the mocking blade in the main hand, and I'm going to stab him.
All right. Feel free to make your attack.
And I'll use a third level smite.
15 will miss as the jester dodges.
Okay, same thing. Second attack, I'm going to use third level smite.
A 9 will miss.
Okay, offhand attack with the short sword. Third level smite.
Your short sword will hit, and you realize this jester is completely immune to non-magical weapons, but of course your smite will go off, so go ahead and post that.
All right, and he's undead, I'm guessing.
He is indeed undead, yes.
So is that 5d8?
You said third level, so 2d8 at first level, 3 would be second level, 4, yes, 5d8. All right, the radiant energy does indeed scorch him, and you see he cackles in response.
Haha, you're a fun guy. All right. I guess we can't
Alrighty.
hear each other.
You cannot hear each other, no. All right, double checking something really quick. Okay, he is going to move to here, and he's going to move one more time. Would you like to take an opportunity attack?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and make an opportunity attack.
I'm gonna do. Can I do a smite on it?
Let me just double check and see if smite says on your turn or not. No, it doesn't say on your turn, so yeah, you could smite.
Okay, I'll do a second level smite.
$25 will hit.
Nice.
All right, that will be 4d8 on the smite. All right, the
Okay.
radiant energy hits him once again. Okay, so now he's out of the area of silence. He is going to cast a spell. And once he casts the spell, you're going to notice as this small bead flies through the air.
Does it look like fire?
It does, after a moment. It flies through the air in a 20-foot radius. So he's going to aim it. Basically, it's going to start just in your corner there, Gordon. So he's not in it. So it's going to hit Saline, Gordon, and Serena. I'm going to need all of you to give me dexterity saving throws.
All right. Okay, now, Iron Will.
Okay, so let's see.
I'm
Serena
going
failed.
to.
I'm sorry, Serena succeeded. Gordon, say, what are you doing?
I'm going to burn a channel divinity and give me. Let's read this real quick.
Okay, so it looks like you'd
don't
have
know
to
if-
declare that before you roll. So it's not
Oh,
like
yeah.
you roll, fail, and then choose to do it.
Okay, I was reading like, does it take a reaction for that? Okay, but we're gonna use it because I got it.
So you're using your inspiration?
So,
Okay. So that's
yeah.
19 plus 1's 20, so you'll be successful. Saline, you failed, and you're good with your failure, right?
I'm taking it.
All right, so I'm going to do this in order. So Gordon, you succeeded. You'll suffer half of this damage. So that's going to be 17 points of fire damage. Serena, you'll also suffer half. So that will be 18 points of fire damage. And then Saline, you will take 38 points of fire damage.
Ouch.
All right, and then after that, he's going to move to there. All right, Gordon, your turn.
Okay. Um, 5, 10, 15, 20. Aura Vitality gives me at the bonus action to hand out 2d6 healing magics. So I'm going to pop my Aura Vitality and we'll check that's the one I'm thinking about. 30-foot radius on you, 1 minute, 30-foot radius, bonus action 2d6, pop. So silence drops. And I'm going to move. That's got to be a creature I could see. Let me double check that. Aura Vitality. It doesn't say, yeah, it doesn't say I need to see Tavar, does it? 5, 10, 15,
They
20,
just have to
25.
be in the aura.
Yeah, Tavar's in the aura, so I'm definitely still going to move 5, 10, 5, 10, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Okay, I'm going to move there. So my action is this is Aura Vitality. My bonus action is going to be this healing for Tavard.
All right, the Grim
that's my
Jester is going to use his reaction to ridicule Hope, causing that spell to hurt Tavard instead of healing him. Tavard, another failed death save, please. Or actually, that would be your first one because the medicine check stabilized
right.
you. Okay, so this is going to be a little bit weird because you dropped, you would suffer a level of exhaustion, then you were stabilized, then you just took another failed death save. So unfortunately, that's another level of exhaustion. So you should have one failed death save at the moment and 2 levels of weariness. 2 levels of weariness, 1 death save failure. All right, and then so Tavard, on your turn, unfortunately you're down, so your turn basically goes to the end, and then 2 GM death save, please.
And I have the period of healing.
Periapt of health, which gives you advantage on death
Health.
saves.
Right. Yeah.
All right, yeah, go ahead and post that, and we'll adjust as needed. I don't think it rolls advantage.
Yeah. I think I automatically pass.
I honestly, it's been so long since I looked at that one. Let me look it up real quick.
Yeah, I think I automatically pass my saving throw on that one.
So Periapt of health, is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah, it was one of those random magic items that I.
So the Periapt
rolled
of
well
health is
for.
against diseases. Is that the one you're referring to?
Let me take a look.
Unless you have the Periapt of wound closure, that's different.
Wound closer. Sorry, wound closer. Yeah.
Okay, so that's when you have. All right, so while wearing this pendant, you stabilize whenever you're dying at the start of your turn. Okay, so essentially you would stay. You don't have to roll, but you would stabilize. So remember, 2 levels of exhaustion at this point, but you are stable.
Yep.
All right, so then we move to Saline's turn.
All right, we're going in. 5, 10. Okay, talk to me about this room. Is there like a stairwell over here?
You see stairs just in front of you to your east. You don't see stairs to your southeast. You see that conflagration of magic in the center. It's like a dais. There's 4 pillars around it. Does that help, or any other specific questions?
No, I'll keep going because Saline hasn't seen this far into the room yet. So Was that 10 or 15? I already forgot
I
where I
think
was.
that was 15, but I could be wrong. I think it was 15.
We'll call it 15. So we're gonna go 20, 25, and 30, and I will stand here. The silence bubble is gone, right? And I don't think it's perceptible anyway.
It's gone because I'm concentrating on vitality right now.
Oh, good to point that out. I did not catch that, so I will remove that bubble. And yeah, okay.
All right. That was 30 feet. I have not used an action or a bonus action yet, so I am going to. Let's do. Old person's not going to do anything because he's undead. We learned that. Let's cast Magic Missile at 2nd level. Because if all goes well in this room, we're not going to have any Misty Steps. So that's what I would spend my 2nd levels on otherwise. So
All
we'll
right,
spend
feel
one.
free to post. All right, 2nd level, so it'll be 20 points of force damage.
Yes, sir.
The missiles crash into the jester.
And I will stay here.
All right, Serena, currently prone. Your turn. What would you like to do?
I'd like to stand up.
All right, that spends half your movement.
Did her rage drop?
Yes, she was incapacitated.
Is moving through my ally difficult terrain?
She's not engaged, so no. So I got you on 20 feet of movement so far. What's your total move?
40.
All right, so that would be all your movement.
All right. Okay. I'm going to instinctive pounce.
All right, so you're raging as a bonus action. So go ahead and spend a rage. All right, and you got the bolt of light option. And then as part of that, you can move up to half your speed.
That's going to be going towards our new friend.
Okay, the bolt will indeed strike him, and he will throw a d6 for me, please. All right, he is struck by this, but you don't see that he is blinded.
And can I move through Blixel as difficult terrain?
You can, as difficult terrain. Yep, so you spent 5 feet so far. That would be 15, 20. Yeah, okay, so that's all your move.
Right, let's start swinging.
19 will hit, wounding him.
We'll make this one reckless just to be safe.
25 will hit, wounding him again.
All right. Let's try to keep this guy here so we can do some stuff. And
All right. Books was like, I'm sorry to tell you, man. Tough crowd. And then he's going to slice at the jester. It'll just
Okay.
be a first level smite.
Okay. 25 will hit. Wounding him.
Okay, just a normal attack.
That will miss.
Okay, bonus action attack.
That will hit, but have no effect.
All right, but I'm gonna use I'm gonna use uh I guess defensive flourish on this.
Okay.
So no, just one. All right, my AC is higher by one.
All right. On his turn, Serena, please give me a charisma saving throw. And no, this is not a spell.
I knew you were gonna say that. He's prepared for me, you guys. He's in my head.
All right, you will fail this save, Serena. All right, and essentially what you notice here is he reaches out and he grabs you, Serena, and he spins you around, taking your space and putting him into yours. All right, Gordon, your turn.
Healing potion. I'm going to take a healing potion out of my pouch and feed it to him.
Okay, go ahead and roll 2d4 plus 2. All right, Tabard, you are restored 7 HP.
Oh,
In case you forgot, the jester's down there. You're right, bud. Your coins fell down, by the way. And I can't heal you. It's a long story. Can't cast magic here. Healing magic. So that's...
Yeah.
I might... 5... I'm going to take a look.
Attack Serena!
I gotta keep my aura up, guys. So because I still have 9 more uses of it right now, but I'm not gonna cast it. Okay, I'm just gonna look down the hallway, and I'm gonna try to stay out of sight so I can jump in and maybe get some rounds of healing on you guys. Okay, all right, Tavard, you all right? You feel better? All right, get up. Let's go.
All right, Tabard, your turn.
all right. On my turn, needless to say, I'm going to stand up as my first thing,
All right, spend half your movement.
and I'm also going to use one of my healing potions.
Okay, action healing potion.
All right, I'm going to use my key point for patient defense just in case.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and use that in a minute, but that'll end my turn because I've already moved. I've used my bonus action, my action.
All right, Saline.
All right. Are these spaces below them navigable?
I would call it difficult terrain for sure, but yeah, you could move into the space with the urn.
I don't know what I just clicked. That's 5, 10, 15. Magic missile, first level. Fuck you. Fuck him.
All right.
Where did my character sheet go?
No, get Serena.
I think Blixel is trolling me. Unless this is some kind of body swap thing.
Send one to Serena.
I don't think that's very nice to do.
All right.
We're sending them all at him because I don't know what this is. If no one knows something I don't, so be it.
Yeah, go ahead and post. All right, so this is a
That's
first
mine.
level, so 3 missiles strike into the Jester, wounding him.
Uh-oh.
Anything else on your turn, Saline?
I won't fall prone if I end my turn
No,
here.
you will not. Nope.
We are ending turn.
Serena, please apply 9 points of force damage to yourself. You realize that when that little swap happened, it sounded like Blixel knew what was going on there. He switched positions with you using an illusionary magic where you look like him and he looks like you.
Nice.
Oh, okay. Well,
That's
I've been baited and outsmarted, but it's
Known
okay.
as
We
the
got
I
a
didn't
lot-
wanna-
Joker Shuffle.
I don't want to blow it up too hard, Adam, because it's a cool thing for you to pull off.
I was
you know
shocked
what I
that
mean?
you knew that that's what happened. I was like, how the fuck did he
Well,
know?
All he did was move. He didn't do any damage. All he did was move spaces with her. So I was like, that's
was
got to
a-
be some
That was
trickier
a little
stuff.
suspicious for sure.
Yeah, that was like his whole turn, so it had to be important.
Yeah, I was like, he could have probably killed me, but he just changed spaces with her. He's got to be something crazy. But yeah,
I just
was
thought
great.
I was just gonna have to like roll some sort of like, I don't know, horrible mind control thing.
All right, Serena, it is your turn. So technically, you look like him right now. He looks like you for positioning purposes.
Well, I'm gonna attack myself then.
All right, feel free. All right, that will hit him, and he only had 3 HP left, so that's going to be enough to drop him. You guys will obviously be able to double tap him before he has any chance of possibly popping back up. So what I'll say is, as you crush him, you notice the bones kind of go scatter in all different directions, and you notice his little jester outfit kind of poofs into dust, seemingly fading away, but definitely leaving lingering questions as if this opponent is truly defeated or not. As you ponder that, looking at the font of energy crackling nearby, you guys here, let's go ahead and pause and take our 15-minute break.
Nice. See you guys in a bit.
Alrighty, folks, we are back into the last portion of our session here for the final session of this campaign. Let's get everybody back over to the map. All right, so I believe Gordon has some healing he wants to dish out.
Yeah, just and then you can do your thing. So yeah, well, get within 30 feet of everybody. Tabard's gonna get. I have 8 uses. Tabard's gonna get half of them just to see how it goes. So that's going to be 8d6, I think.
Are you
2d6
gonna
times
roll?
4 uses, 8d6. That sounds right to me.
Thank you, sir.
And I can't see who else is hurt. So I still have 4 more. Okay.
Selena's.
Saline, I'm gonna give you 2 uses, so this will be 46. And I'm gonna hit you again.
And Adam, I'm going to use my last healing potion.
Okay.
All right, Celine, you get 11 more.
All right, standing in this room of magic and all this healing and all this, man, it just takes it out of you, doesn't it? Serena, could you go ahead and play your card for me, please?
No, thank you.
Ah, come on, please. All right, that is the how much longer can we go card. Everyone's going to gain 1 point of weariness.
Oh,
All right, who's spending their purple one?
I am.
All right, Saline plays the no card, and we'll cancel that out.
Get used to it. There's gonna be counterspells flying in the last battle. I can feel it.
Okay, Celine, so are we rolling the dice on another card or what?
No.
You should.
I want to, but I want to ask, what's a swarm of beetles? Is that an enemy or just a thing?
It is an enemy, yes.
I'll drink one of my healing potions.
I'm rolling the dice on another card, even though the vast majority of this campaign I've gotten red cards.
All right, dealing
Go
one
for
to
it.
Serena.
I'm sure this one will be different.
You should be a Leafs fan.
Why? They have a lot of red cards?
Yeah, they always think this year is going to be different. That's like the sayings if you're a Toronto Leafs hockey fan.
And the Browns.
Well, I'm a Cubs fan, but we broke that curse.
Hell yeah.
Only took like 100 years or something, right? Not too bad.
Yeah.
Alrighty, folks. So, any other upkeep or healing or anything you're doing before moving on? I'm assuming, Celine, you're going to spend the time to read the scroll here by the font?
Yes. I will do as instructed unless anyone stops me. How long? Well, before that, were we told how long it lasts?
1 hour.
Okay. Team, if I do this, we've got an hour to find and kill the eyeless one.
I'm
Alright.
gonna guard this door while she's doing her.
Hey, Tava.
I hear no objections, so I will do the thing.
All right, you end up spending 1 minute to recite this scroll near the font, and as you're reciting the scroll, speaking these magical words and so forth, you will notice eventually the scroll just bursts into flames from the bottom to the top, and the dust, the ashes from the scroll float into the font, and you can see they swirl, changing the color of the font just momentarily, and then you can feel like a stillness kind of settles over this area. You don't know that anybody would know this is affecting them. Obviously, you've been told what it does, but you're not sure that other people would know that this is what's happened.
And so if he tries to do it and then it doesn't work, does that cost him his turn?
It potentially could expend an action, yeah.
Hell yeah. Alright, boys, let's go. Boys and girls. We gotta find
we
it in
don't-
an hour.
So we don't tell him. Okay.
Yeah, keep hush about that. We gotta find the stairs.
Okay.
I listen at this door.
Go ahead and post a blind check, please. You don't hear anything. You search for traps, Saline. You don't find any.
Alright, guys, I'm opening it. Get ready. 5, 4, 3, 2.
All right, as the door swings open from thaumaturgy, you can see a hallway stretches out, and you notice skulls embedded in the alcoves of the hallway.
This whole place is a crypt.
I hope they're not all flame skulls.
It's giving me Skyrim vibes.
Oh god. Oh, there's so many.
Blixel will burn another divine sense.
You detect undead all around you, Blixel, and that's why I'm locating the token. So, as I just mentioned, this is what I'm going to call a non-critical battle. So, in the essence of time, I'm going to do a fast-track version of this, but this is essentially what you're facing. So, as the bodies
Holy
of
crap.
all of these skeletons suddenly jump up, so you're looking at bugbear skeletons and gnoll skeletons. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take basically a percentage of all the health in this room, and you're going to have to spend that much HP of your characters. You guys can choose how you're going to deduct that in order to succeed in this battle. If you're willing to burn a spell slot, I'll give you 10 HP per level of the spell. Does that make sense to everybody?
Sure.
Wait, what if we don't have spell slots?
Then, if like, I guess I would like say a rage would count as like a level 1 spell slot. I'd let you burn that. If you have some other idea of what you want to burn, let me know. We'll kind of ad hoc it. So the total HP of all of these opponents, and then based on a percentage, we're looking at 100 hit points. So how would you like to divide 100 damage amongst yourselves, or burn resources to cover that?
Can I expend key?
I will give you 10 HP for point of key.
I will spend 1. Well, I mean,
I mean,
I got
I could-
fireball, but if I fireball in
c-
here, we're probably hitting myself too, right?
Well, keep in mind you can't do that right now because we're doing quick combat. So if you burn a 3rd level slot, you knock off 30 HP of the total that you have to get rid of.
I will burn 1 fireball for this.
All right, so 70 more HP to break off.
I will burn 1 level 1 spell slot, so take 10 off.
All right, and please post those that you're burning so we see that, and that'll be easier to add up. So it sounds like 40 spent so far. We've got 60 more to go. All right, Tavern's burning a key. Please burn that key by posting it, and then there'd be 50 more to go.
I mean, I could take a lot of damage.
How much would you like to take?
Are you guys gonna heal me? I guess I have some potions. I'll take like 40 of it.
All right, go ahead and deduct 40. I believe there's 10 left then. I think we were at 50, so 10 more to go.
I mean, I can take 10.
All right.
No.
Blixel volunteered first. No. He gets to take it. Blixel, you take that 10. All right. So all of these opponents have been defeated. So imagine you go into this narrow area. Suddenly skeletons emerge from each side of you, and they're brandishing morning stars and clubs. And you guys start fighting them back to back, dropping spells, healing each other where you can, doing everything you can. You manage to defeat all of these opponents, deducting the HP and resources we discussed.
I'm gonna start drinking some potions.
I also am going to drink a potion.
Feel free to do so. Yep, I removed all the opponents, unlocked the tokens. You're free to move or drink potions and so forth.
Serena, before we advance any further, once you're settled, do you have that bolstering magic thing you can do?
Oh yeah, I got that.
Might as well use it now, I think. I don't know how many breaks we're going to get when we get to the 2nd floor.
And then I'm going to use my bloodline ability to heal Serena with a cure wounds, but I'm also going to spend my card.
Okay, feel free to do so.
And then I'm gonna burn my channel divinity for get a level 2 spot with harness divine power.
All right, and then just FYI, I just noticed this. I'm sure you didn't do this on purpose, but I'm going to pretend like you did just because it's more funny. Tabard, nice -2 weariness. Give yourself a +2 on all your rolls by putting a minus in front of that. Good job.
I have it. Mine shows 2.
I just fixed it for you. It said -2. So that actually acts as a positive at that point. I'm not sure it had much of an impact, but it's fixed now.
No, I'm so used to minusing hit points, I guess. I don't
Right.
know. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah.
No worries. All right, go ahead and
And each of us
post
should
that.
have our
Oh, sorry, I just
our
want to
red
resolve the
circle
healing
should-
boon real quick. So I saw Blixel did that. Go ahead and do that. Make sure you increase by, I think you guys' proficiency is 3 right now, right? So 3d6 extra. And who was that on, Blixel? That was on Serena, I'm assuming?
Yeah, and Serena. Yep.
All right.
Should I roll the 3d6 or does
Yep.
she?
Yeah, you can. It's your card.
Oof. Bummer.
All right, so 13 total restored to Serena. That card is gone. And I'm sorry, Gordon, you had a question or statement?
I did. We all should have a -1 in our red circle, right?
No, because the card I spent, Saline countered it with
Oh.
her own card, so no.
And negative would mean that you were getting a positive, so you just would
Correct.
want a 1.
Oh, okay. So good. I wanted to admin that. All right. Boy, this was a scary little crypt.
I am going to take another card if that's possible too.
It
I'm gonna risk
absolutely
it.
is. I will deal 1 card to Blixel.
I want to play my card.
So who needs their magic bolstered?
All of us.
All the
I thi-
spellcasters. I think Tavari was okay without it, though. I don't know.
Yeah, I'll give this one up.
I would focus on Celine. She burnt the fireball and she's been throwing those magic missiles. I'm good on juice for now.
Well, I can only take one, and she gets 3 uses. So if you're down to anything, we might as well do it.
Okay, I'll take one.
Okay, everybody gets one. Blixel, Serene, Ursuline, and
So roll those D3s in order. So Blixel first, then Saline, and then Gordon, I'm assuming, since he's the only other spellcaster.
Alphabetized.
yeah,
as it
Gordon,
should be.
that's his name.
Alphabetized, I like that. It's easy to remember. All right, go ahead and throw those D3s there, Serena. So D3 3 times, please. All right, so level 1 to Blixel, level 2 to Saline, level 3 to Gordon. 1, 2, 3. Look at that.
Nice. That's great. Got my vitality back.
Or a Revivify.
Yeah.
Revivify. Oh, I forgot to prepare it. No, I'm kidding.
You know what? Blixel will drink his other potion of healing.
Okay.
All right.
You hear nothing, Serena. You find nothing, Saline.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Door opens. All right, as you're peering through this open door, Blixel, you notice a strange configuration in this room. You see like a hallway right away, but then it stares down and looks like more of a centralized room. It's hard to say. You do get kind of a fragrance of flowers here.
Smells like flowers.
Are those flowers in the corners?
They are indeed.
They have a conversation pit.
Yeah, there's a conversation pit with flowers in it that sort of look weird, and then seems like there's doors on all 4 corners. Or all 4 sides, I should say.
We only have an hour to find this guy.
Yeah, we gotta look for stairs.
You want to go north?
Second floor. We need to go to second floor, and there's that girl's up there, and that's where he is. Well, he could have moved, obviously, but
Yeah.
I feel like we might know those doors.
Yeah, based on
Is Gordon okay?
Why?
No one else had the bravery to go into the conversation pit.
Oh,
no, I didn't.
You totally walked through. I saw it.
all right. Let's listen here.
Serena, you hear the sound of pounding on metal.
Pounding on metal. What's that mean?
Like a forge?
Does it sound like a forge or like chains?
Sounds a lot like a forge. That sounds almost spot on.
Well, maybe does somebody want to listen to the doors to the south? I walked right by them. I'll go listen to the doors to the north.
You find no
pretty sure-
traps on that west wall, Saline.
I'll listen in on this door here, Adam.
Serena, you hear the sound of crackling flames to the north. Tavern, no sound from the south.
That means it's completely empty. couldn't mean I rolled bad on the last session.
Maybe it means it's the stairwell.
There you go.
Yeah, that's what we're looking for. Not a crackling flame, and we're not looking for a forge. Great job. Just walk through the conversation pit. It's fine.
Well, if my sense of direction is correct, I think these doors might be the ones leading back to that main hallway we were in.
I think so too, but I'm not 100% sure, I'll be honest.
All right. 5,
I could see that.
4, 3, 2, 1.
You
Yep.
look down the hallway and you see a pathetic stack of copper coins.
It's
Hey, I thought we
pathetic
knocked that
now.
over.
Hey, when I put them there, I thought Blixel would start dancing or something.
Every
you
time
know?
you see it, they
Hey.
get worse, just so you know.
I'm the copper counselor. Yeah.
Let's go north.
All right, you want to go to a forge or fireplace?
Okay,
North.
someone's working in the forge. Someone there hitting metal, making weapons. The fire pit. Someone lit a fire and is enjoying a fire. That's what I see. That's what I think when we hear these things.
Or it's like
Yeah,
a
this is
trap and
my-
you open the door and you get fireballed. Just saying.
Find no signs of
I don't
traps
know.
on the north door ceiling. Keep it now. Again, I'm not trying to rush you guys particularly on this, but keep in mind each search for like listening is pretty quick, but searching for traps is like 1 minute per check.
All right. So you ready, Serena?
Pop it.
Wait, what one are you going through? I can't see you.
All right, somebody opened the door. I'm not sure who exactly, but
It was me, thaumaturgy.
It was thaumaturgy.
All right, so as the door opens, looking to the north there, Blixel and Serena, you notice 2 large raised daises dominate this room, with each containing fragments of giant skeletons. At the north end of the room lies a massive furnace with roaring flames gushing forward. The entire room is swelteringly hot.
Any stairs?
This is where he
Oh,
does hot yoga.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think we can
There's
even
no s-
maybe avoid this.
If there's no stairs, GTFO. Unless it's a secret door to the stairs. Ugh.
Yeah, if it is, we'll come back. Let's try these ones.
I checked those already, so
Yep. Okay, ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
With the doors
Okay.
opened, the sounds of pounding metal echo from the west. The room ahead is illuminated by a molten fire contained in a basin. Standing near the south end of the room is a red-bearded giant who wears mismatched metal plates. A massive battle axe is in the sheath on its back, along with an equally large shield. Both match the style of the armor with various metal plates smelted together. Dwarven skulls carved with runes decorate the giant's belt. Anything you're doing immediately, Serena?
I say, are you the eyeless one?
You notice the giant turns, looks over the raised area. So keep in mind, you're looking like downhill here a sense. You can kind of see his, probably just his head, maybe his shoulders, because this is like a drop right here of like 15 feet. As he turns and he looks back to you, he gives you a "Ruff," and you see he just turns back, clunk, clunk, clunk.
I say, this is some lackey. We don't need to waste our time with him.
Are there stairs?
Ask them where the stairs are.
Good sir, point in the direction of the stairwell.
You see he turns back and looks at you and he says, "I'm not gonna hurt you, but I'm not gonna help you either."
Well, then I'm sure he won't mind me taking a peek in his room. Oh, I can't. Oh, which direction are these headed?
These are small stairwells that go down.
Downstairs with wrong direction.
Are we on the second floor?
Clunk, clunk, clunk. You see he puts this large pair of metal tongs into the basin that he's nearby. You can see he's pounding on a sword.
From here, can I tell if that stairwell connects right down here?
Yes,
Like-
it looks like both of the stairs, either north or south, or just how you get down to the lower level where the giant is.
I say dead end. Unless you want to go search for secret doors around this guy. He doesn't seem to mind us.
Well, a map knowledge, we're running out of options, right?
Well, should we go look at the hot room first? I just don't want to piss off a giant.
Yeah, we should let him work. We don't want to, he's earning an honest living. It's got to be a secret door.
Could we see what he was building? What he was hammering?
He was forging a large sword.
There's
Okay.
a door. There's doors in here, guys.
Flexel, there's doors in there.
Okay. We're gonna do the protocol on him.
Serena's like, please don't let these skeletons get animated.
Yeah, I'm gonna do another divine sense.
All right, go ahead and burn a usage of Divine Sense.
Can I move through this debris?
60, you can. It would be difficult terrain in combat. You're not in combat right now, so yep, you can. You don't detect undead on either of the daises, Blixel, but you do detect it in the furnace.
Stay away from the furnace. There's something not right in there.
That's cool. I'm gonna listen here.
You listen at the door, but all you hear is the sound of crackling flames.
Nothing.
Saline, you spend a minute searching the door, but find no traps.
5.
Wait,
Or-
hold on. Perhaps
Okay.
perhaps we shouldn't use magic in case it wakes up whatever's in the furnace.
Oh. But
I'll open
okay,
it.
but it's kind of cool. Okay.
Oh, no luck.
The door is
about the other one?
locked, Serena.
Should we check the other one or try to bust this open?
I think let's try the other one and pass the least resistance thing, and then if not, I think it's time Blixel breaks out his super knock.
Okay. It's
Spending-
loud.
Spending
Wait.
another minute searching, finding nothing saline. Serena, you listen by the door, but again, the sound of the flames in this room are so loud it's hard to make anything out.
5. Oh, wait, yeah, you open it.
The door opens, and as it does, from the furnace suddenly emerges the largest elemental made of fire that you have ever seen, and his good buddy, the skeleton fire giant. As the two emerge, again, this is not a critical battle, but as you can probably imagine, a tough one. This is going to be a 200 HP battle.
Jesus.
Yikes.
Alright. I'll spend a 3rd level spell slot.
All right, 3rd level slot. Go ahead and burn that.
It's 170.
All right, here's the 3rd.
I'll spend
All
a
right.
key.
Down to 140. And then Blixel, just go ahead and burn yours too, so we see it burnt. 3,
Oh, I
okay.
took it off manually. Do you want me to just cast a spell?
Yeah, if you can, yep, and then just give it to yourself. Give it back, just so we know that you spent it. All right, so let's see. I had 140, and then I saw Tavern spent a key. That'd take us down to 130. Spent a rage, take us down to 120.
Take into account the wild surge.
120.
I don't really want to, but I'll spend a 4th.
All right, that'll take it down to 80. And then go ahead and burn that.
Yeah, I deducted it manually. I think from here we have to take it. Gordon, do you have another aura of vitality?
I can burn a 2. I feel comfortable with that.
All right, you burn a
Let me
2. That'll take
burn.
us down to 60.
I'll burn a 1.
Take us down to 50. Serena's spending 30 HP. That'll take us down to 20.
I could burn another key point. Yeah,
All right, go ahead and do
that.
so. We're down to 10.
All right, we'll take that. I'll take.
Blixel was the
I'll take
detect
5.
evil and good. Another 10 you were spending.
That's when I said I'll spend that first level slot.
I think that's all she wrote then. So everything you guys spent so far, that's 200 HP total. You have defeated both of these opponents. Being honest, I feel like they would do more than 200 HP, but I think that's a fair assessment.
We got really lucky with our rolls.
Yeah, let's look at it that way. Yep.
There you go.
Okay,
All right.
so I'm gonna fast track you guys a bit here. After defeating these opponents, suffering some bad wounds, you guys move on into the next room. If anybody wants to do any healing or anything like that before moving on, now is
Yeah.
the time to do that. Feel free to do so.
We do.
I'm gonna keep describing things, but feel free to post in chat what you're doing, to just type it out so we can just speed this up. So as you enter this room, you're noticing that there are 6 alcoves. They seem to be all filled with piles of bones. There is this raised dais in the center that's covered by a nice tablecloth. It looks like it is shorn of any kind of like dust or anything like that. You inspect the tablecloth. There seems to be nothing under it, nothing really of interest here. The bones doesn't seem to be any kind of issue. You watch carefully using your perceptive eyes. They don't move. You carefully walk around them, get to the doors on the other side, open them, and find a set of stairs that go up.
Okay, Serena. Before we go, I'm going to cure wounds you, and I'm gonna pop this. I have 1 banishment left, so I'm gonna use level 4 on this. Okay.
All right, so 17 HP back to Serena.
Man, that's a big level 4 spell.
Any other preparations before ascending the stairs?
I think we gotta get her up. I'll hand over my last potion, but I'm kind of running a little low on spell slots, so
Yeah, I have
Gotcha.
1 more healing potion for you, Serena. So you get a healing potion from me and a healing potion from Saline. You got 2.
Well, I was going to engage my ring.
oh, she can do that. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Got to burn a hero
But-
point in some way to do that, but yeah, you can do that.
Well, that's what I was gonna check. Like, how recently do you have to have burned the hero point?
It lasts only for a minute after you spend the hero point.
You did
I
in that
feel
last
like-
battle, I'm sure of it. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like hero points were spent
I'm-
in the last battle.
I'm fine if you want to just burn one now, and we can assume you used it in the battle and use 10. I'm totally fine with that.
Sure. As
All right,
long
so
as
go ahead and
we
burn a hero point.
get into a fight soon.
Well, doesn't it heal you anyway? I thought that's what you're doing.
Yes, yep. So
Yeah, I guess.
essentially what you would do, Serena, is you'd burn your hero point, and then you would get 10 uses of that.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Okay, I'm taking my healing potion back, Adam, just for admin purposes. I have 1
Okay.
left.
Yeah, you guys can keep those.
Okay.
So
All
how
right,
much
so
was that?
Serena,
I
are you
can't-
healing yourself on all of these?
Yeah. Sorry, unless somebody really needs something.
No, we need you at
We need
as
you.
high as you can.
Yeah.
All right, so you
What?
get
It's-
2d4.
I can't find the language.
Yeah, no worries. You get 2d4 plus 2 10 times. So you can roll 20d4 plus 20 and then dish that out. If there's rollover after, you could give that out to others.
Tavern.
I'm missing 3. I'm badly hurt.
I'm down 18, but
So,
I would
sorry,
just
71 would put you up to 98 if you're using that all on yourself, Serena. If you want to dish any of that out, feel free.
yeah, if I'm at 89 full health, you need to at least be 98.
And then after you assign that healing, is there anything else anyone's doing before you guys ascend?
Oh, sorry, I was pressing the wrong button. What is Tabard at?
I
He pews a
am.
little.
Yeah, I'm just I'm mostly good.
I'm gonna give him 8.
All right, Tabard gets 8, so you got 63 left to give.
Oh, the rest of it's going to me. Sorry, guys.
All right, so go ahead and give yourself 63.
And
Thank you.
I'd also like to take a look at this wonderful coat that I'm wearing. I'm going to rip some of the patches off. And I'm going to create a spell scroll containing Crusader's Mantle.
Okay.
A couple of daggers. And darn, I thought there were potions on here, but I guess
You're
not.
just ripping them off.
Yeah. And oh, I'll also rip off the 2 mastiffs.
Like bull mastiffs? Okay. I will just say don't get your hopes up on those. They're going to be gone very quickly.
They're
All
gonna
right.
carry the fight.
So
They're not strong?
no, they are not. They're basically like dogs that you would hire to like carry a halfling on a sled or something like that. So no. All right. So
What?
yeah, go ahead, Blixel.
What does Crusader's Mantle do?
3rd level spell creates an aura. You and any allies that strike during that time deal 1d4 extra radiant damage per hit.
Ooh.
All right. Anything else before you guys ascend the stairs?
Does somebody
Well-
else want to cast that on themselves, or?
It only lasts a minute once you use the scroll, so keep that in mind.
So when we open the door at him, yeah, you guys can resolve this, and then I have a question. Sorry.
I'm gonna use Das Loot to cast Protection from Evil and Good on myself.
That's what I was gonna do on Serena, but it's 10 minutes, so I wanted to make sure that the view. If we open these doors, does it go to another door? Or does it?
You're
Did we
looking
open
up
the
a
door?
flight
Yeah.
of stairs. Yeah, you have opened the door. It's just a flight of stairs that goes up. So think of it as like going east 10 feet, and then it's turning to the north, and it looks like it's going to go upwards.
Okay, Serena.
I'm
You got
gonna hold
this.
off on casting Crusader's Mantle if no one else takes the scroll from me.
Yep, and just keep in mind, you have to have the spell on your spell list to use it. So as a barbarian, you would not be able to use this scroll. I think this is a cleric paladin spell, one of the two. Actually, it's paladin only. So only Blixel, I think, would be even able to use this.
There you go, Blixel.
Oh, homework?
Put it in your belt.
Serena.
All right. How long does it last?
1 minute.
1 minute.
It's
Okay.
in the chat.
All right.
All right, Serena. This is gonna last 10 minutes. So I'm gonna put Blixel. You did on yourself protection for evil and good.
Yes.
Okay, I'm doing this on Serena. Be brave. Be strong. This is it.
Thanks.
All right.
Of course.
All right, so
Now
you
let's
guys
listen.
ascend the stairs.
Yes.
Yep.
All right, you guys ascend the stairs, find yourself on the 2nd floor of the Eyeless One's tower. And as we're getting super short on time, I am going to now move into super fast mode. So as you guys move forward into this room, you get ambushed by 2 ghouls as they leap off this ledge up ahead, leaping down and engaging in battle with you. Also a non-critical battle. However, these guys are pretty tough. There's another 200 HP battle. I'm going to take off 10 HP for the Mastiffs and assume they get killed. I'm going to give you an extra 20 off of that because protection from evil could be fairly beneficial in this regard. So 170 left to burn.
pieces.
And just for
Yikes.
fun, visual, every time you stab one of these guys, gases and nasty stuff like emerges out of them, and an AoE effect hitting most of you.
Okay, I pull off a patch off my coat and create a 10-foot per side cube pit underneath one of these guys and disappear him. So
A
How much?
10-foot pit? That's not going to do too much. I'll give
no,
you 10.
10 foot per side. It doesn't say. Oh, do you think that includes the depth?
Yeah, that's right. Because if you could create like a bottomless hole with that thing, that'd be insanely powerful. Yeah, it just means 10 foot. So you're talking like dealing 1d6 damage.
Hey, Adam, would you give me
Well, I actually have 4 of those. So can we? If I use all of those patches, would that give us any tactical advantage?
I mean, I would say pretty much only 1 for 10 as best I could give you, mainly because if you're using a patch every round, you're not fighting, and I'm kind of calculating your fighting into the 170.
Good point.
I'm sorry, Tevra, what were you asking about?
So I used 1 key.
Okay, so
but
160.
also, yeah. So would you give me any points for my scorching ray?
Yes, if you're going to use a usage of, you only have 1 of those, right? Honestly, and again, you barely hit with that, and it doesn't do a lot of damage. I'm just going to give you 10 for that.
Hey, it's 10, right? You know.
Second level slot. Okay, excellent. That'll take
Oh,
us down
wait
to
a
130.
second. That was a good roll, Adam. What do you mean only 10 points?
That one actually would have hit for once, right?
Woohoo!
All right, a second level slot from Celine. That'll take us down to 110.
All I can spare. Or we're gonna
Um,
be running on fumes for the final fight.
I think I can. What would be my channel divinity to turn undead?
Channel Divinity. I could give you 20 points for use of Channel Divinity.
Okay, I'll use that and try to keep my spell slots.
How about luck points?
I'll give you 10 points for each point of luck you want to spend. Yep.
I will spend. How many luck points do we have? 3?
Looks like Serena just spent 3, so that'll take us down to 60.
How about my
Awesome.
tinder box?
No, 0.
You knew it was going to come up something like that. You know.
I figured
how much
someone
for
was
my
going to say
dart?
that. All right, 2 luck points from Celine. That'll take us down to 40.
I'll just take 20 points of damage.
Well,
All right, 20 damage to Blixel. That takes us down to 20.
I'll take 10
How
points
about-
of damage.
How about life drain?
I'll give you 10 points for Life Drain. I don't think it would help much in this battle, but yeah, sure, why not? All right, that'll take us to 0. Everybody should have deducted what they offered up. Okay, and again, since we're moving in very fast mode here, I'm going to kind of zoom you guys through. All right, so mostly what you're finding up here is this area is kind of empty, especially compared to the first floor. One of you might be so lucky as to find a secret door to the north. You might not, and might move over into the next room, finding that there's not much there, like some books laid out. If you had more time, you might spend some time investigating. You make your way over to these statues. You're a little bit concerned because they look dangerous, but you act real careful, get beyond them, no real worries. Maybe there was traps there, but if there were, you kind of got away from them. Find yourself in this central room where there's this large fountain. It's kind of calming and seems almost a little bit out of place, but then one of you is lucky enough to find the secret door to the north. You guys, again, do your standard operating procedure to get through that area as carefully as you can, emerging into what appears to be a library. From there, you've got a set of doors going west or north. You've already peeked to the east. It didn't seem all that interesting, so you're down to either going north or going west. Where would you like to go?
North.
North feels like a boss
North.
room.
All right, feel free to put yourselves to the north. You guys listen, you search, you find nothing. You can open the doors when you're free. Okay, as you open the doors here, Blixel and Serena, you notice across this room, I'm going to lock tokens just so I can read this description. You notice across this room, there's once again this tattered runner on the ground. There's these like pews set up. You get the impression almost of like a a church room in a sense, but there is this large throne at the end. There are 4 pillars in this room going from floor to ceiling, and sitting in this throne, you notice a humanoid figure wearing this large metal mask. This helmet, it is fairly large. It covers their entire face. You notice 2 open holes where eyes would be, but at least from this distance, you don't see any eyes.
He's got no eyes.
We're looking for the eyeless. No, I don't say anything.
As the door opens, you hear a voice from the north. Just like I said, come in, come in.
I hope there's cookies.
Watch out. There's something over here. Oh, it's a vase.
Blixel like leaps out of the way, but it's just a face.
All right, as you enter the room, you notice the figure still standing here carefully. Serena, let me know if you try to move any further north.
So there's no sign of the woman.
You haven't seen the woman that the spirits told you about, no. The figure here, however, sitting in this throne, speaks, and you see they sort of cock their head to the northwest, almost like they're speaking to someone there that you don't see anybody, but you hear the voice say, "Didn't I say? I said that this is exactly how it would come to end." You hear no response to whoever they seem to be talking to.
So I look back at my compatriots like, somebody want to talk to this guy, or like, probably shouldn't be me. Or if I'm looking to see if they like nudge me to just run full on.
Blixel's going to lay on hands 6 healing on himself.
Okay, and you notice the figure kind of moves slightly, almost like in a chuckle. Yes, prepare yourself. That certainly makes sense.
Okay, I guess that was a threat, so I'm gonna start running.
As you start running, you slam into an invisible barrier there, Serena, right in front of you, in fact. In fact, if you try to move your token, you'll notice you can't. The figure chuckles once again. So perceptive, but yet you cannot see. Why don't we make things a little bit more homey? And you see, with a motion of the hands, you see the doors behind you close.
Guys?
So I'm gonna bang in front of me, so the wall is still there, right?
There is an invisible wall in front of you. Yes, you kind of slam it. You notice, Gordon, you open the door. It's not like magically sealed or anything like that. You notice the figure in the throne, once again, kind of chuckling.
Do it, Gordon.
The figure will now step up from the throne and step to here, walking. As you notice the figure does this, you can see they're not particularly large, maybe standing at like 5'6" or so, fairly slender, covered in what appears to be like this bluish kind of clothing, high collar on the cloak. This very large mask obviously is the thing that really dominates, and even being this close now, there seems to be no sign of any eyes in the actual eye holes. The figure looking down at you once again says, "I said that this would happen. I noticed the strength. I said exactly what would happen, and yet here you all are. I assume you've come to pledge yourselves?"
I'm gonna
Oh,
take
so you don't know
Shipwrecker.
what happens next. Okay.
I'm gonna try to break the invisible wall with Shipwrecker.
You slam Shipwrecker into this invisible wall, and it has no effect. You notice the figure raises a finger. That cannot help you here, though it is quite a nice weapon. Well, are you here to pledge yourself? Really, only one of you has shown the strength to be in my service.
Who's that?
Why you, Blixel?
I don't think so.
I saw it many a day ago. I saw the strength of your soul. The rest of your companions, I'm afraid, aren't exactly up to snuff.
Adam,
All
I
right.
just slowly walk up here, even though I think
Lower your
there's a wall.
barrier, and I'll. As long as you can look down on me, I'll pledge.
Go ahead and give me a blind, which I'm sure is a deception check here, Blixel.
He's heel turning. It's the blood of Azrai and his.
You notice the figure chuckles once again. I would almost believe you if I didn't know you better. But trust me, it would be better for you to enter my service. You can have another chance.
Hey, Adam, is he about the same height as the, I can't remember his name right now, but our guy over there in the castle, the guy that we've been working, the money man?
Oh, the accountant? Similar build, I would say. Similar height, yeah.
He was the villain all along.
I'm just wondering, because there was times we didn't trust him. We're his nephew or whatever, right? You know, so...
Speak for yourself.
Yeah, I know, but when I say we, I meant I.
It was a royal we.
What's his
I
name?
have placed all of these dangers in front of you. Look how well you have been able to move through my tower. This shows your strength. I really only have room for one right-hand man. But I suppose, Blixel, if you can vouch for your companions here, I can find some menial work for them in the movement.
If we do this, then you stop messing with the people of Cariele. We can take over wherever else you want, but leave them alone.
Are you so sure? Do you really think Cariele is up to the challenges ahead? Perhaps you don't know what is coming. The darkness that reaches from the south. We will need to be prepared with every strength at our disposal.
Hey, Adam, can I roll to see if I recognize the voice? I'm kind of wondering if it's Tannen, just because I've had my doubts on him for a while.
Sure, yeah, blind check. You don't recognize the voice. However, I will say, as you're looking at this figure, you can tell that there's no mouth hole for this mask. So clearly this mask must be muffling or augmenting the voice in some way.
Fair enough.
If no
Do you
one
mean
else,
the dread?
You see the figure nods towards you, Blix. I see you are well informed. Yes, that is only one of the threats, but one of the most potent. We will need to be very unified. Not to mention, beyond the dread, there are so many other threats. The disease that is currently spreading across this land.
Who's your partner behind you there?
You notice the figure looks back. She sees all. And I've had to convince her that you were worthwhile, that you truly had the strength to serve. And I think that I have done just that.
Well, have her come forward. I don't like dealing with people that are hidden away.
Notice the figure kind of chuckles once again. Well, perhaps this will change your mind then. And you see the figure reaches up and pulls off the mask.
What? Huh?
Oh shit!
Garnica?
You see she smiles to you through the invisible barrier. And she says, I told you I would give you another chance. You failed to prove yourself to Creatia before. You did not accept her gift. But I can give you another chance.
It was a con save, I think, right?
Very well. I'll take that chance.
She steps forward. You see now she pulls out this blade from her side. You recognize this as the artifact that she previously retrieved while she was here, and you assisted her many times ago. As she holds it up, she says, "This is the Fang of Creatia, and with it I am empowered beyond what you could imagine." And then you see she holds the helmet up. "This is the Mask of the Eyeless One. With these two artifacts combined, the power that I possess now is greater than anything I had when I was back in my homeland. And I do seek to end this threat of the dread. I do seek to bring some form of order to this land. We will need to conquer, of course, to do that. There is too many broken lands here, all going at their own direction. There needs to be something more prominent and directed. I am sure you know what I speak on your time of the council, seeing just how a mess everything is around you."
Yes, I've seen it.
I was not lying when I said before I only have room for one right-hand person, and I want that to be you, Blixel. You have proven it to me. If you are able to accept Creatia's gift and come through on the other side, you too will have the power to stand out next to me. Your friends, if you wish for them to undertake the task as well, see if they can pass the test. I may be able to convince Creatia to allow them, though they will have to serve as minions. As I said, I only have room for one right-hand soldier.
What is your vision for our future kingdom?
Power through strength. There's too much weakness. There's too much illness in this land. People have no strength of their spirit, no strength of their arms. Creatia will bring strength to this land. She will make sure that the strong survive and are there to fight the future battles. No longer will enemies just simply roll over this area. We need to unite these broken lands under a true power. Me.
Serena the barbarian is thinking to herself, like, damn, that's a pretty good platform, not gonna lie. But she thinks back to her sickly mother and her weak brother, and she's like, will we provide for the nature and humanity alike and protect the weak?
You see, she smiles slightly. The weak don't deserve protection. They must be able to stand for themselves. Now, if they have strong friends and those strong friends are willing to protect them, then perhaps they are strong in their own ways, strong in the way of communications or convincing others. But by default, no, we are not looking to protect weak. We are looking for those that are strong.
What about the guild?
The guild. The guild may have been strong to you in Cariele. It is nothing to me. Do you know what I have done in the short time that I have held this mask? I have united all of the 5 peaks under my banner. Think of how difficult that would be for any other force. With one whisper from Creatia, I have united them into a single fighting force. We will spread out from the 5 peaks like locusts, covering this land under Creatia's banner.
Can I do a religion check on Creatia? Do we know about it?
Yeah, sure, yeah. Go ahead and give me a blind check. So Creatia is a pretty distant deity. You don't hear much about her in this land. I would say you do know that she's one of the patron deities of the Vas people, which come from the far northeast of Cerilia. She, along with Belanik, is one of the inheritors of Azrai's power when Azrai died. So she's typically considered to be an evil deity. You can think of this evil, though, as more of like a focus on strength. Really, she's the patron of winter storms. And her belief essentially is that people have to be strong to survive, and if you have too many weak people around, they'll pull the strong down and whole communities will die because of that.
So what she's saying has been truthful from my understanding of Creatia. Okay.
I would say so, yeah.
Blixel will move to here and begin kneeling. Say, all right, we can do this.
All right, you see she holds up the Fang of Creatia in her hand, and you see it glints with this very bluish light. And Celine and Gordon, you feel this being manifest behind you. As it does so, you notice blocky forms of sharp ice suddenly emerge into this large standing, vaguely humanoid-shaped creature. It doesn't have a discernible eyes or mouth or anything like that, but the central area looks vaguely face-like, and you can see it suddenly towers over you and looks down upon you. And you see she looks towards you, Blixel, and she says, "Pass by, my servant. Go to the west. The rest of you will remain here."
The west? Oh,
Yes.
Okay.
All right, Blixel, are you trying to follow that instruction?
Yeah, but he will, like, try to maybe, like, motion for his friends to help him and save him. He's not really into this.
You'll notice the figure lets you pass easily, but if anybody else like tries to move, you see it kind of like doesn't allow that. It will resist that if anybody tries to enter its space.
Do I sense
Blixel!
do I sense communication from Blixel?
I would say no, because it sounds like he was mostly doing a physical gesture, is my guess.
Yes, what is it, Serena?
I would like to hear what Celine thinks of.
You notice Garnica gets closer and she says, "We don't have any time to waste. Blixel, go to the west. The rest of your companions will witness your rebirth into glory."
So Blixel, to be clear, you're trying to look in my eyes and say you don't want to do this.
Yeah. I thought you were going to come out to me, Garnica, but okay, I'll go over to the west.
Okay, so this could be I kind of feel I thought maybe you wanted to go with this. If you're not, I'm going to cast the spell and we're going to get into initiative. So
Okay.
that's the decision I have, and I'm going to pop it at him. I'm going to banish him.
You're going to try, but essentially what occurs there is we enter initiative as you kind of like start maybe grabbing for spell components or whatever it is that kind of preps it, and I will throw us into initiative.
Let's go.
All right, Blixel, you are the quickest to react as this is occurring. What would you like to do?
Does the thing look hostile to me?
I'm going to answer that by saying it is not actively attacking you at this moment.
Okay. So I will run. We still haven't gotten through her force field, so I'm gonna run in this way.
Whoa, hang on a sec. You won't be able to move through the creature at this point because you're essentially in combat, so it's going to prevent you from moving through it. So I'm going to slide you back to here. When you started initiative, is this where you started?
Yes.
Okay, so you unless you use action or bonus action to tumble or overrun, you can't freely move through the creature.
All right, so I'll just get over to here and say, Garnica, aren't you coming to do this? And just sort of stall there.
All right. I will say you say that. You can see she has this look on her face that you're pretty convinced she's not fooled by this. All right. The enemy's turn. So as you are grabbing for spell components or whatever it is to do your banishment here, Gordon, the enemy seems to target towards you. You see it's going to slam its fists down into the ground, and as it does so, you notice the frosty crunch on its fist kind of smashes open a bit, and you can see this diseased, putrid looking skin under its fist. everybody within 20 feet of the creature. So that's going to be everybody but Tavard. I will need you to give me a dexterity saving throw.
Damn Dex.
Saline,
I'm
you
gonna
will
use
fail. Blixel, you will
inspiration.
fail. All right, yep, go ahead and burn inspiration. All right, 11 plus 4 is 15. Serena, you will
Yeah.
succeed.
I'm gonna hero point that.
All right, go ahead. All right, 23 will certainly pass. All right, so everybody except Saline passed then. All right, so again, gonna do this in order. So Gordon first. See, on a success, you would take half damage. So, and you are not knocked prone on a success. So it's going to be 4 bludgeoning and 3 cold, total of 7 damage to you, Gordon. Let's see, next one was Saline. This is going to be full. All right, Saline, you're going to take 28 points of damage. You are knocked prone, and you don't feel so well. Let's see, next up we have Blixel. And Blixel will take 6 bludgeoning, 5 cold, not knocked prone. And then lastly, we have Serena. 7 bludgeoning, 5 cold, total of 12 damage, not knocked prone. All right, on Garnica's turn. You see she shakes her head and she says, "He will learn once his crush is gone."
Sorry, on her turn, I'm gonna play my card.
All right. All right, this is the Opportunity Jinx. The targeted creature provokes an opportunity attack from any creature it attacks until the start of its next turn. All right, you are going to see that she is going to move. Tavard, I think you're the only one that can see this. She's going to go ahead and open a secret door here. All right, Serena, it is your turn.
I'm gonna burn a card at him.
Sure, yeah, go ahead and throw a card down.
Just because I want just because I want another card. So put a
All
swarm
right.
of beetles somewhere.
Okay. All right, and I'm assuming you're basically not trying to do this on the opponent, because you don't think it's going to have much effect.
Yeah, maybe back in the library there a little bit.
Okay, fair enough. So I'm basically not going to throw it on, but we'll assume beetles come out of the books. But yeah, well, you know, you certainly can. Card Bonanza. Hey, Tavard, why don't you spend your card?
I don't have any.
Oh, come on now. I see that red.
Yeah, so did I.
Can I get a new card too, since I played mine?
You sure can. All right, so everyone is going to have disadvantage on their next attack roll within 1 minute. So the next attack you make during this battle will have
Not
disadvantage.
Not the worst one.
Only one attack each. Not too bad.
Hey, dealer, can you give me another one?
Yeah. All right. So one more card coming to Tavard. One more coming to Blixel. Alrighty, Serena, it is your turn.
She's gonna yell. I mean, she starts off like looking expectantly at Celine to see what she's thinking, and then
Celine just got punched the fuck into the ground, so she's not thinking much besides ouch right now.
I will also say, just as a visual effect, because this does have a mechanical impact that might affect some of you guys, you will notice that all around this large creature you're fighting, the ground has frozen over at a radius of 10 feet out and is considered difficult terrain. I'm going to add an aura to this creature just so you guys realize if you're in the aura, difficult terrain.
We gotta get Garnica.
She went through a door.
she's going to yell, "The only one who will be bending the knee here is you, Guernica. We could have been good neighbors."
Yes.
But, and then she's gonna ghostly image what's it called? Flesh.
All right, use your action to assume a ghostly flesh.
Then I'd like to pass through her barrier.
You attempt to do so, but are unable to do so. This wall of force extends into the ethereal plane.
Well, that's a bummer.
And I can't dispel a wall of force.
I don't think we're getting her, guys. If I move to here, is it possible to grapple, like, Celine and switch places with her? I mean, I assume that would have been an action.
It would be an action to do so. Yep, and you've spent your action on ghostly flesh, so not this turn. No.
Okay, cool. So,
Okay, Gordon's turn.
Okay, well, that narrows it down a little bit, doesn't it? I'm gonna disengage, clearly.
Weren't you in the process of casting banishment?
He was thinking about it, but he's not locked into that.
Yeah, I'm not locked into that. And if I banished him, he's gonna come back in a minute, and we can't get through the wall of force. I could continue with that. He's gonna come back. Okay, yeah, we got 1 minute on the icy guy.
All right, spell effect roll.
Nope.
You ask this every
I can't
time. You
hear it.
cannot spend hero points to spell effect rolls.
Dang it! Who wants to give me an inspiration? We gotta do better at 13.
I will tell you that will not succeed.
Yes, no way.
I'll give you my inspiration if you'd like.
Feel free to burn it,
I
Tavern.
think I should.
All right, re-roll
I
spell
should be
effect
able to.
roll, Gordon.
Because that was a 5. Okay, here we go. Unclick and click my character. Reset the whole algorithm, all of that.
Okay, yes, you will see the elemental vanishes.
Amazing.
58, 57, 56.
Let's go. We gotta go to the west.
Through those other doors?
Yeah.
15.
She was gonna meet us
20,
over there somehow.
25, 30. Interact with object. And that is my turn. I open the door. Hey, there's nothing in this room.
All right, at the end of your turn, as a legendary action, something happens off screen. Tavern, your turn.
All right, you know what, Adam? I'm gonna go here. Well, that's 40. I have 45. I'm gonna go ahead and go here, and I'm actually going to, I'm going to take the dodge action right here.
Okay, Saline.
All right, I'm gonna stand up from prone. 15. And then Gordon went this way, so I'm gonna follow Gordon. So 5, 10, 15. And I will dash to get to here with my action. That's all we're gonna do.
Okay, Blixel.
Okay, Blixel is going to run this way. So, and I guess I'm gonna heal myself. third level cure wound. Damn. That's bad.
Ooh,
All
that's a
right.
rough roll.
Yeah, and I guess as a bonus action, I'll bardically inspire Gordon.
All right.
You're the best damn cleric I've ever met, Gordon. We can take her.
We got it. We got a chance.
So I'll burn that.
Okay, Serena's turn.
Sorry. Okay. I guess I'll dash.
Okay, Gordon.
Tavern, we're going this way. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Those stairs going up.
Yes.
And then I'm going to cast, since I'm there, I'm going to cast Cure Wounds level 2 on Serena. And I'll end my turn.
Okay, Tavern's turn.
Close the door when you get here.
Which way to go? Which way you guys going?
You went
You
that
see
way.
us?
I see Blixel, but all right, I'm gonna go there and I'm gonna take the dodge action at him.
Okay, Saline.
All right, 5, 10, 15, 20. This door behind me, it's 2 doors that needs to be shut,
Correct.
right? So I can only interact with one. I'm
Correct.
gonna shut the one behind me and hope that Tevard will follow. And then 20, 25, 30. And I will take the dodge action.
Okay, Blixel's turn.
Garnica's back as she's got cold powers. Watch out. He will. Yeah, he'll dash. All right. There's more doors. That's the end of his turn.
All right, the door opens nearby you, Blixel. Stepping through is Garnica. As she turns and she sees you there, she says, I always secretly worried that you were weak. And then you see she holds her hand up and you see massive bursts of bluish energy fly towards you. I will need 3 defensive rolls.
Okay. Since I used the hero power, I'm going to use the hero stone to give her disadvantage on the first one.
Okay.
And she'll also have disadvantage on the second one.
Well, unfortunately, the first one will still hit. You are hit by her wild frost power. You are going to take. You're going to take 31 points of cold damage, and your speed is set to 0. So essentially, frost strikes you, freezes you to the ground. And then she's going to blast you a couple more times. You will dodge the second one. The disadvantage on the second one, was that from a cards play?
Yeah, I just put it down.
All right, that was the defense boon. Defense rolls made an advantage. Yeah, you dodged that one, Blixel.
Okay.
And a third one. That unfortunately is not enough. You will get struck by another wild frost
Okay.
for 18 points of more cold damage.
Oh, I am dropped.
Okay, and then you won't see anything, but there will be some additional movement. All right, Serena, it is your turn.
Okay. I'm going to. What I would like to do is ghostly flesh is still up. I'd like to know if I could move through these walls to go up here.
I think Ghostly Flash lets you fly, right?
You can move through creatures and solid objects as if they were difficult terrain.
Yeah, during it you have a flying speed of 30 feet. So yeah, you can certainly fly up. Is that what you'd like to do, is fly 10 feet to get to the next level?
Yeah, but in this direction, can you
Yep.
see my...
I can. So I'm just going to move you 10 feet to here. So you've flown up to the second level, and then you can choose to move from there.
Oh. I thought it was a solid wall. Sorry. Okay. Going to move over to her. I'm having trouble moving myself. I'd like to get within 10 feet of her.
How's there?
Thanks. Perfect. And I'm going to say, you've made a grave mistake.
Fun.
You see a
Misjudging us.
smile is on her face as though she doesn't believe you.
But I'm scary.
All right, you bonus action to rage once again, and the vines spring up around you. A 13 is going to miss.
I'm going to recklessly.
All right, second attack is reckless. That will hit.
Aye.
Critical hit. Yeah, go ahead and throw a piercing
Big money,
crit.
big money.
All right, twice as much damage as normal. Go ahead and post that. All right, you will notice that she is resistant to cold damage, so she'll take 4 of that. 18 piercing plus 2 raise, so 24 total damage. However, when you strike her, you notice this barrier around her body that is almost imperceptible shatters all of a sudden as you've dealt enough damage to break it. But upon breaking it, or hitting her, I should say, you take 20 points of cold damage.
Brr.
So that's a ledge, Adam. It's not a solid wall. Like it's looking. There's like a looking down at us.
Yeah, that is correct. Yep.
Okay.
How high is it?
Like 12 feet up or so.
I'm going to say, we can do this! Let's take her!
At the end of your turn, Serena, as a legendary action, you're going to notice very subtly as that frost armor rematerializes on her body. And Gordon, it is your turn.
My turn. 5, 10, 15, 20. All right. My friend's down. Let's see. Yeah, get up.
All right, you cast Cure Wounds on Blixel. Blixel will get 10 HP. I think he's AFK for a moment. I'll set him to 10 and put his weariness up 1.
Action that I gotta hold my concentration on the banishment.
All right, at the end of Gordon's turn, as a legendary action, she's going to fire a bolt of Wild Frost at you, Serena. I'll need a defense roll at disadvantage since you reckless attacked. That is a critical hit.
I'd like to inspiration that.
All right,
Yep.
so you've got an 8 on one of the dice rolls, and then go ahead and burn inspiration, and we'll take that, and you're adding 7 to your defense roll. Okay,
my
so that
God.
will set it to a fumble then. This is really a ranged attack, so throw me a ranged fumble. The effects might not make a whole lot of sense here if it's like ammo stuff, but we'll see. Okay, yeah, so she's not using a weapon, so that will not impact her, but obviously still a miss. Tabard, your turn.
Is she embarrassed?
I would be.
Yeah.
Maybe, if so, you can't really tell from your spot.
Adam, am I able to climb
Close the
up?
door.
With a successful athletics check, you'll be able to.
Would that actually be a full turn, or?
No, it's going to use double your movement, so it would take you like 25 feet to climb up there with a successful athletics check.
All right. You
What
want me to make
level-
that public, or
Yeah, you
is
can make
that-
it public. And you're just trying to climb up right there?
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
Bill, do you have the... What level does Monk get the thing where they can just run up walls?
next level, which I won't see, but yeah,
Oh, shit.
I'm gonna try to do it right here, Adam, just because I could see her feet or whatever I can see. you
Sure,
know?
yeah.
Yeah. So I'll go ahead and athletic this here right here.
What's
All right,
the
athletics
DC?
check. It is a DC of 12.
Whoops, I made it.
Oh,
made-
Bill, you know I take
Hey.
these rolls even when you put them to GM.
No, I know,
So-
but I'm gonna use a hero point on that too.
All right,
so,
fair enough. He literally rolled an 11. All right,
Yeah,
13 is
I'll use a hero
enough.
point. Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to move you
Can you
up.
move
You
me
climb
up?
up to here.
All right, Adam. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna patient defense first of all.
All right, go ahead and burn that key.
All right. With my 2 left, I'm going to go ahead and hit her. And I'm going to use unarmed strike just because she's been not doing too well against magic or whatever, right?
Okay. An 11, or your patient defensing, so 23 will hit. Go ahead and post damage.
I'm going to post damage and then I'm going to do stunning strike.
Okay. All right, so you hit her for 11, and then the frost armor reverberates, hitting you for 20. All right, and then go ahead and post your stunning strike. I think that was on a separate attack line, if I remember correctly. You don't use this one a lot, I know.
Well, I used the key. I mean, I don't
Yeah,
think
did
I
we
have.
build Stunning Strike in for you?
No, it's
So
a
it's just
DC
the-
14.
Okay,
It's
so
a
it's just the
DC
effect
14.
roll then at the top. Okay.
Right.
So the
yeah.
effect roll is a 12. That will not affect her.
Oh, okay. I'm going to go ahead and strike her again.
Okay.
Oh, when I hit her the first time, can I move her even though I took the damage, or I don't know?
I think
as
your
far as-
Crusher feat says you can do that. Yep.
Yeah, so I'll go ahead and move her 1 north.
Okay.
Can you move me over? I can't move.
You're trying to move just below her?
I'm trying to move 1 below her. Yeah.
All right, so since you guys kind of have the gist of what's going on there, I'm just going to remove this one dynamic lighting line.
And I'm going to go swing out at her again.
Okay.
That's
25
a 25.
will hit. Go ahead and post damage. All right, you will wound her, and once again, you're going to take frost armor damage, and you're going to notice that you have not dispelled her frost armor barrier.
All right. Well, I'm still gonna try the stunning strike.
Okay, yeah, let's see it.
Pick up my last key, but it's one of those things, right?
A 17 effect roll. Normally that would work. She's going to spend one of her legendary resistances to make it not work.
Okay. Well, I burned them because I had them, folks.
Well, she only gets so many of those.
All right, Saline.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I really wish I was an evocation wizard right now. But everyone's okay. Well, alive anyway. Yeah, you're at
healed by
10.
10.
Do I see the barrier on her?
Yes. I would say it's very hard to see, but yes, you can see it.
We will. If it's ice magic, I'm gonna dip into my elemental stuff, and I'm gonna say it might be vulnerable to fire. So don't worry, Bill. I'm not gonna fireball you. But
Hey, dude, if you got to, man. Whatever works right now.
I am concerned that even if I apply,
Tab is gonna drop even if he hits her again.
yeah, even if I do the thing on him or Blixel, I think they're just gonna go down no matter what. So I think what I'm gonna do then is try to keep myself up so I can maybe act on my next turn. So I'm gonna use my bonus action to use the spell scroll to apply the protective ward on myself,
Okay.
which is 3d4 plus 4, I believe. So that's 10 temporary hit points, and I can't be critically struck while I have them. And with my action, I'm just gonna firebolt her.
Okay.
So we, am I plus 7 or plus 8? Yeah, let's shoot it out. Where did my character sheet go? Fuck. Firebolt is here.
19 will hit. All right, you will see you do banish that frost armor.
Okay. And that's my movement action, bonus action, so I'm done.
Okay, Blixel, you are currently prone and your speed is 0. What would you like to do?
Well, that's a bummer. So I'm going to cast Dissonant Whispers on her
Okay.
at 4th level.
Okay. And throw me a spell effect roll.
Oh boy. Can I use my other inspiration on this?
If you have another inspiration left, sure.
Yep, I got one left. Bummer.
All right, you're adding 7 to that, so that's a 16. But yeah, unfortunately, that is not high enough to affect her. So I'm going to apply 8 points of psychic damage.
Looks like I'm sorry. This turn sucked. I can't move.
All right, at the end of your turn, you notice the ice that is on your feet melts away. All right, it is now Garnica's turn. She is going to move 5 feet to the north. Tabard, would you like to take an opportunity attack?
No.
All right, once she gets here, no longer within melee range, she's going to shoot Tabard with 3 wild frost. I'll need 3 defense rolls, Tabard.
One of him. Actually.
All of mine are at disadvantage. I'm dodging right now. So.
Yep.
Okay.
You will dodge the first, the second, and the third. All right, Cerilia, your turn.
Okay, I'm going to. I can swing from here, right?
You can, yep.
Sorry, I have trouble with my sheet. I'll make this reckless.
Okay. 16 will hit. Wounding her. 23 will hit. Wounding her again.
And I'll hammer.
Okay, that'll hit as well. Wounding her a third time. All right, at the end of your turn, Cerilia, as a legendary action, you will notice that Frost Barrier returns.
How many freaking legendary? She's more than a dragon, dude.
He gets 3 per round. It's
Yeah,
a legendary
crazy.
action, not legendary resistance.
Gordon,
And
it is your
her
turn.
and her choosing to pass the saving throw is probably a use of a reaction, but I think her turn started already.
I'll clue you in that using legendary resistance is not a reaction.
Yeah.
No, just okay.
But she's limited
2.
to those. She doesn't get those back per round.
Yeah, and she gets
so.
2.
Yeah.
I wonder if I could dispel her
How do you
armor.
know she gets 2?
Oh, she's used 2.
Oh, okay.
To what?
Legendary resistances.
She's
I
used
think she's
one
only
so
used
far.
1.
1. Oh, fuck. Because I want to blind her, because I don't want to drop concentration. I was going to try to hold her, but if I could blind her, it's not concentration. But she's just going to pass it. But then I'm wondering, can I dispel her armor?
I will say that it
It's
looks
magic
like a
effect.
magical effect.
Yeah, I think I can move up the stairs a bit. Can I see her at that range?
If you can see her on your screen, then yes.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to try to dispel the armor, Adam.
Okay, this is considered a... Well, I shouldn't tell you that. You're casting this as a 3rd level spell. All right. Well, you will have to make the spell level check. So you're going to need to roll a... let's see. Make an ability check. So your wisdom. So just post a wisdom skill, please.
Any wisdom skill?
No, just click on the word wisdom on your sheet to post it as a wisdom ability check. That's the term I'm looking for. A 20 is successful. Yes, you will notice her
Nice.
armor vanishes.
Nice.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm gonna go down the stairs a bit more. Hopefully, duck a little bit. Okay, armor's down.
All right, at the end of that turn, as legendary action, she's going to fire off a Wild Frost at Tabard. Tabard, defense roll, please.
Just one,
Still
or
dodging.
Just one. You managed to evade that as well. Tabard, your turn.
all right. I had Warhammer in hand. I'm going to go ahead and drop that. I'm going to pull out my my short bow and I'm going to fire at her twice.
Okay, let's see it. That will be a fumble.
Yeah, I don't use this that often, guys, and it was just cold
The
over this
string was
area.
all just coiled up.
Yeah, it was horrible.
Stop showing off.
Oh, you rolled one of the worst ones possible on the chart. Okay, so you lose
What a
your
fort.
footing while attacking to the ground, bumping your head. You fall prone, and then roll a DC 10 Constitution saving throw. So con saving throw, please.
I will give him a 10 from. Oh, well, never mind. He posted.
He was
Okay.
faster than you, so
I
that
did
is a
say it.
success. So you succeeded on that. You take half damage, so just roll a D6. You'll take half of whatever you roll. So 1 point of damage to you. You are prone.
That's fine. I'm going to go ahead and get up
Okay.
because I'm not moving anyway, and I'm going to shoot again now that I've got my bearings.
Sure. Yeah, let's see it. That'll hit.
Nice.
All right, that will wound her.
I'll say, guys, you didn't see that, right? And as my bonus action, I'm going to say, hey, whatever happened to all my key points?
All right, Saline, your turn.
All right, we're gonna go. I think I kind of like my position, but not really. If
And
I
again, I'm just going to throw this out there real quick. I removed that dynamic lighting line, but if you do move south, you will no longer have visibility on her.
Yeah, I see that. Am I able to reach the door next to Serena that she's standing on without going into her space? Or do I have to...
It's a double door, so if you're in the space just west of her, you'll be by the doors.
Okay, I want to interact with object close this door in case she somehow, like, needs line of sight to do some stupid shit.
Okay.
Get away from us. And then that's 10, so 15, 20. I can stand here, right? This is still on.
That is a legal space, yeah.
Yep, so we have clear line of sight here. See how I'm doing on spell slots. I've got some, so I'm gonna magic missile her at 2nd level.
Okay.
Big damage. That's not as bad as it could be. So 12
Second
force to
level.
her.
12. Okay.
And that is... I don't have a useful bonus action, so that's my turn done.
All right, Blixel, your turn.
She does not currently have the shield up, right?
She does not have her frost armor active, no.
Okay.
Okay. Blitzel stands up. And he will go into melee combat with her, take out the mocking blade, and say, I'll never join you, Garnica. You killed innocent people. He'll try to stab her.
All right, fair
I'd like
enough.
to play my card.
All right, yep, go ahead and play your card. Has everybody applied the disadvantage on their next attack roll yet?
I haven't had one yet.
Let's see, I think someone might have
Yeah.
forgot that was over there.
Yeah, I
If you
don't
ha-
remember which roll that would have been.
If you haven't applied
sorry.
it yet, just
Me neither.
apply it next time.
Okay, yeah. I was in like the other room, so it's like I forgot,
Yep, yeah, no worries. All right, so you're applying that, so that's going to be a +3 to hit to Blixel's attack. Blixel, go ahead and make your attack.
Okay, but this would be my first one, too, I think.
Okay, so then attack at disadvantage, but with +3.
Instead of him... Well, if I use Portent, does this count as the attack? Like, or does he get disadvantage on the next one?
He's not rolling if you use Portent, so it would be disadvantage on the next one.
Okay, never mind. Go ahead.
All right, 16 will hit.
I'm going to make this a defensive flourish.
All right, so we add that damage. So let's see, 13 damage.
Okay. The second attack, he is going to do a smite.
Your mod is +7? Is that correct?
That sounds a little meta-gamey, Mr. Portent there.
Hey, we're trying to win
What is
here.
your exact math formula?
Well, it's on the thing. I can see it. +7. Yep.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh,
I only got one spell slot left, so it's just it's a first level smite.
Well, we're gonna let you use it before you go down, so I'm gonna give him a 9 +7 is 16 on the dot.
16 will hit.
Okay. And I think
She gets she gets an extra 1d8 for being ugly. Yeah, go ahead.
She could be undead secretly.
Yeah.
She isn't.
okay.
Ew,
So
gross.
I'll still roll it just so I can do the damage and everything.
Hey, what's gross about it? Some
All
of
right,
us
so
are
History,
undead.
no?
Okay.
piercing plus 2d8 radiant.
Maybe now he does.
All right, so that'll be 13 damage.
And then since I've hit her with the mocking blade as my bonus action, I'm going to do dissonant whispers.
Do you mean vicious mockery?
Oh yeah, vicious mockery. Sorry.
Sure, yeah, you can do that. And that will not affect her.
Okay. And that is the end of my turn.
All right, on her turn, she is going to cast a spell.
I will attempt to counterspell.
What
I'll spend my
level would you
last
like to use? All right,
Fourth
fourth
level.
level. You'll need to use a spell. So go ahead and post that, and then I'll need the effect roll.
Yes. And that's just straight intelligence.
Yes.
Did for you, and then spell effect roll. Which is... Where the fuck did it go? Oh, it's down here.
Hopefully nice.
Am I able to...
Hang on one sec.
Here.
So this is an ability check. You rolled a spell effect roll. Remember, this was just straight intelligence.
I'm sorry, I thought you asked for a spell effect.
No, so I'm just trying to see if that would be the same or not. I don't think so, though, because you're rolling
I don't
intelligence.
think so.
Yeah, so I'll give you the 15 roll, since you did roll
Okay.
a 15, but post your intelligence
It would be
ability
plus.
check?
It would be +4. It would be +4, so 19.
So 19, okay.
And I can hero point if I need to.
Well, 19 would cancel a 9th level spell, so unless you think she's canceling the 10th level spell.
Oh, she could. Well, okay.
I'll leave it up to you.
let
Do you
it
want to
ride.
hear a point? All right.
No, that's okay.
That will cancel her 6th level spell.
Nice.
That's her action, and then on her turn, she's going to move. Blixa, would you like to take an opportunity attack?
Absolutely.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't know if she can... I don't think we've been allowed to dart through people like that.
Yeah, you can do that. You guys have gone through walls. What are you talking about? That will hit. That will pierce and wound her. She will then open the door as interact with object. Get to there. All right, Serena, your turn.
It's time.
$21 will hit. Wounding her.
Reckless.
What's her rage? What's her
All right.
rage ability right now?
Next one is reckless. 16 will hit.
I think it was the plants, so it should have been difficult terrain. 15 feet around me.
Ooh, that
I
might
didn't.
change things.
I did not remember that. I'm not going to retcon it now, but I will apply it going forward.
Also, I'm supposed to attack at disadvantage, so I'm gonna go ahead and say that was the first roll.
Oh, come on. No, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. All right. Anything else on your turn there, Serena? That 15 will also hit. All right. You whack her 3 more times.
Then I try to look real big so she can't get by me.
All right. After your turn, legendary action. You will see the barrier remanifest. Gordon.
Okay. 5. Can I see her from here?
You
Like with
can.
the height and the level? Okay. I see her do that. I'm going to send it again.
All
I'm
right.
gonna
Go
try
ahead
to
and post your
dispel
spell.
her magical barrier.
All right. And then throw me a wisdom ability check. Yes, you will dispel her barrier.
Nice.
Very good.
Armor's down! Kill her!
Okay, after that turn, as a legendary action, she is going to blast. Well, I'm just seeing who she can see. One moment. Well, that was a weird. Hang on 1 second.
Oh, she
guys.
died.
I don't know what key combo I just hit that made her vanish off screen. Just bear with me.
She died.
She did. She exploded. She fumbled her.
Extra banishment.
I was trying to see if she could actually see Saline down there or not.
You cannot, because I can't see her.
Of course not. She banished.
Yeah, none of us can see her.
My banishment is awesome.
That was weird.
That's right.
I'm going to have to look up what that was down the road, but for now, I'm just going to pull her back on. Sorry, guys, bear with me. All right, just had to quickly recreate her token here. Let me make sure all the stuff is set properly. She was here.
Hope you remembered her HP.
She had none left. if
I did
remember right.
indeed. Because that's actually saved to her sheet, so that didn't go away when her token went away. Okay, so just quickly setting that back to correct. Okay, there's all that. And yeah, she can't really see Saline from there, so she's going to blast us at Serena. So Serena, I think you reckless attack, so that would be defense roll at disadvantage.
But it's a ranged attack, right? She moved away to do that, so she would be shooting at disadvantage, so it should be straight up, no?
No, this is actually both ranged or melee, I believe.
Oh,
Let me double check.
fancy.
Oh, no, actually, this one is just ranged. I know the other one is ranged or melee, but yeah, this will be straight up.
Dexterity?
Nope, just a defense roll, please. That will hit you. That'll be 27 cold damage, and your speed is 0. All right, Tavern, your turn.
So I'm going to go there.
Okay.
And my first attempt to hit her is going to be at disadvantage.
Okay. That will miss.
We'll keep the 9. All right, I got to hit her again.
That one will hit.
There you go.
Nice.
Hey!
Nice. Okay. Ooh, yeah, that's a whole lot of stacking stuff. All right, so go ahead and post damage, and then we'll figure out what your max is, and then apply the normal. All right, so your maximum is 11 plus 10 is 21. That wounds her pretty bad, and then you push her away up to 15 feet. This door is closed, so I'm going to say she slams into there and falls prone.
Yeah, and I'm going to go ahead and move this down here. I'm going to, with my bonus action, Adam, I'm going to go ahead and swing at her again. I have no
Okay.
key point, so it's just it would be straight up, but she's prone, right?
Yep.
So I just feel like I'm firing at all cylinders right now. So let's see.
21 will hit. Okay, you wound her once again.
Yeah, you know what? Shoot, I don't want to give her free attack on me, but I think she's going to have a legend. I bet she's going to be able to strike me anyway, just because she's been able to attack afterwards. Actually, I'm just going to stand my ground.
Okay, Saline.
Her peeking around the corner. I see her. I don't see a health bar anymore. Maybe that means she's almost dead.
She is pretty hurt.
It's clobbering time.
I have 2 third-level spells, so I can afford to magic missile at 3rd level.
All right, let's
All
see
at her,
it.
of course.
Okay, so
Nice.
that'll be what, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25?
Yes, sir.
All right, that is going to be enough to slay Garnica as she croaks and gives out a death rattle. You will notice that the mask of the eyeless one shatters before your eyes, and the entire tower all around you starts to shake very badly. Unless you have some means of getting out of here quickly, I'm going to need to see 3 skill checks from everybody to see who makes it out alive and who falls behind in the rubble.
I have, let me do, can I cast the spell? I have enhanced ability. Let me read if it gives me any quickness or something. Dexterity checks.
Sure. I'd let you do that.
That'll give me like a, yeah, I'll do that on myself. Sorry, guys, but hey, each for their own.
Hey,
So
you
what-
got to do it, brother.
What I'm looking for here is 3 skill checks of your choice that make sense. So, for example, athletics to run over past, debris, get out of here quicker, that would work. Acrobatics, that would work. Perception to make, spot your areas, that would work. Anything that you can reasonably make sense, I'll take.
I have 1 third-level spell slot left to cast Fly on myself. Does that help? That would make me double speed effectively.
I'll let you automatically pass one of the checks for that. So just, you don't even have to make it. It's just a pass, but you'll need to see the other 2.
Is
Could
there a
I
win-
also do fly?
If you have a slot for it, sure.
Did we see a
I have the
window at any
loot.
point?
You have not seen any windows. You could use the loot, yeah.
Okay, I'll use the fly of the loot.
All right, so let's just do this in order, and we'll go from left to right. So Tabard, anything special you're doing to try to give yourself an edge other than making your 3 skill checks?
Yeah, I'm going to be using my good looks, my warm personality, and my mom.
All right, so I'll need
And-
3 skill checks. You can make these all public. I'm just looking for DC 15s.
Ouch. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and DC 15s. Man, my gosh. I'm going to go ahead and use stealth won't help in this. I'm going to use perception to try to navigate the best way through the rubble.
Perfect, okay. All right, that's 1 pass.
All right. My next best would be acrobatics, doing the obvious muck dodging the rubble.
Love it. Let's see it. Oof, not so good on that one. As a failed check, as the rubble falls down upon you, you're going to take some damage from that failed check. I'm sorry, that's the wrong roll. 1 second. 12 points of bludgeoning damage from falling rubble.
Now that'll be halved, right?
6 points of bludgeoning damage from falling rubble.
And I'm down.
All right, so that sets you at 0. So I'm gonna hold you there for a moment. We're gonna move to Gordon. Basically, what I'm gonna do here is if somebody wants to fail one of their skill checks, I'll let them kind of pick you up in a sense. So Gordon, your turn. We're on you now.
You said 3 separate skill checks that has to do with me leaving this tower.
Yes, anything that reasonably makes sense that you could say, oh, I'm going to use this skill to get out of here quicker or find a
No.
better path or
Okay.
any of that.
So I got religion, persuasion, medicine, and insight.
Ouch.
I would let you use insight to watch, you like watching your teammates and seeing
Yeah.
which way they're going. I think you could reasonably argue that. I don't think the other ones are going to help you.
No, they're not. All right, let me pop an insight now.
All right. So yes, as you're watching your companions, you're seeing like which ways are working well. How do when they start to dodge the rubble, you do too. That's a pass.
All right, now if I cast enhance ability on a dex, then I'm going to use acrobatics if I'm allowed to do that.
Sure. Yeah, you could do that. All right. So you have advantage on this. 15 is all you needed on the dot with advantage.
I only needed 2 out of 3. Is that what you said?
Nope, you make all 3, and if you fail 1, you take some damage. You fail 2, you take even more damage. You fail all 3,
Okay.
you just die.
All right, so none of this is going to matter. I can't do a separate skill with dexterity, I don't think. Oh, I'm sleight of hand. I'm going to deceive the rocks that are falling on me.
No.
Okay, so whichever one's the highest that I got. Perception. I don't have proficient in it, but I'm gonna use perception to perceive where I look up and I can see where the roof is stronger on this side. So I'm gonna go.
Fair enough with me. I'll give it to you. Yep, yeah, you easily do that as well. So you succeed all 3. You get out of here with minor damage. You do notice as you're running out, Tavern falls. Do you go back to help him?
I will go back and help him because I'm a cleric.
All right, you will suffer 20 points of damage in your aid to him, but then because he only failed 1, you managed to get him out. All right, moving on to Saline.
There you go.
Your cast fly, so
Oh,
you only
brother.
have to make 2 checks. What are you doing?
All right. How easily can I lawyer history? It's very recent history. So remember the optimal path. Optimal path to get out of here.
So you're going with like memory. I would let you use an intelligence check, but I don't think that would really be history.
What about Arcana to trace like the fraying magic that was holding this tower up?
I'll give you that.
Okay, we're gonna do that one. Go.
All right, that's 1 success, and you got 1 from fly already, so just 1 more.
Yes, sir. And then I will use insight, which is 5, and I have a 110 left for my portent. So I
All
have
right,
1
fair
portent
enough.
left. So I will
All right.
get out of there.
Saline makes it out as well. Serena, you're the last one. Or actually, no, we skipped Blixel somehow. He's at the end. Serena, yes, your 3
He's
skills.
dead. I saw a boulder hit him.
Yeah, you never know. He's not looking great right now.
Oh, I just closed it. So I was gonna say something similar to Celine's strategy, but basically, as I'm running, I wanted to engage my magic awareness for
You know
the
what?
same purposes.
Can I make this super easy on you? Don't you still have Ghostly Flesh up?
Oh yeah, I forgot.
So you
I was
literally
just so
can go through walls and fly. So I'm going to say you got out. But so if you want to stay behind and help Blixel, I'll have you roll the skills though, because then you're kind of like staying behind to make sure he gets out. Is that something you'd like to do?
Sure.
Okay, so
But
then...
if it's looking bad, I bail on him and save myself.
All right, fair enough. All right, so go ahead and throw that first one, whatever you think makes the most sense for you. All right, so that's 1 failure. You'll suffer some falling rock damage from that. That'll be 14 points of damage to you. And second skill you'd like to use? Perception. Oof, that is another failure.
I have 1 inspiration left to give.
Hero point that. Hero point that.
Well, I'm out of all those.
Oh, yeah.
Saline, do you want to spend your inspiration?
I might as well.
All right,
Save
go ahead
my
and
friends.
burn it. And then Serena, go ahead and repost the perception. All right, that is good enough. Okay,
I was
and
rolled.
third skill that you would like to try, Serena?
Could
Survival?
I give Bardic inspiration to this?
I would say sure. You could do that once, I would say.
Okay, I might as well do it here. So that's my last party.
All right, fair enough.
So you get to add a D8 to this roll.
Does survival work?
I'll give you survival. As far as like trying to figure out the path out of here, survival deals with pathing. Sure, I think that's reasonable. 17's good enough. All right, so you would make it totally out, but you're kind of hovering with Blixel. So Blixel, what 3 skills would you like to use? Oh, you're flying, right? So 2, yeah.
Yeah. Can I persuade the giant to tell me the way to get out?
I'm not going to give you that one only because you'd have to run away from the exit to find him, and it doesn't seem like it would help you a whole lot.
What if he
Okay.
persuades the giant to go under the giant so the giant takes all the falling damage?
That would be I'll give you that on a DC 25.
Let's see. I mean, I have good acrobatics and I'm flying. Is it possible to just sort of zip around and avoid the rocks and have that be acrobatics?
I'll give you acrobatics, absolutely, yep. All right, that's 1 success. Just need 1 more.
All right. And then I see the jester has reformed and I persuade. No, let's see. Performance is pretty good. I mean, athletics is fine. So I see that like some rock is like blocking the way, and I have to push it out of the way with athletics.
Perfect, I'll take it. Let's see it. That's on the dot what you needed. All right, everybody has managed to get out of the Tower of the Eyeless One before it all crumbles before you. With the tower destroyed, this big, massive plume of smoke and debris and dust flashes outwards as you guys all get to a safe distance. You look around at each other, realizing what it is that you've accomplished. Some of you might be wondering, why did we not grab the Fang of Creatia before all that hectic stuff happened and we had to run? The mask broke, but the Fang was still there, but it is clearly buried under pounds and tons of rubble now. Maybe it will be the center point of some future adventure for other adventures in Cerilia. All right, folks, that is our campaign. Great job. Everybody survived. I thought you guys were going to lose to Garnica there for sure, but the Dispel totally came in clutch, canceling that 20 frost damage every round. So great thinking on your feet. Great job, everybody. Really appreciate playing with everybody here. We'll say our goodbyes and then cut off the recording, and then I'll just answer any last-minute questions you guys have. But yeah, great job. Everybody should feel really proud of succeeding in this campaign. It was a 61-session campaign, so that's definitely a feather in the cap as far as I'm concerned. So yeah, great job to everyone. Anybody want to put any words on the record before we close down?
Well done, everyone. This was really, really fun. I know I complain a lot about RNG and shit, but we made it happen. I'm proud of all of us.
Yeah, great job. Good tactics, good thinking, good teamwork.
Thank you so much, Adam. This was really incredible.
Yeah, had a blast for sure.
You guys are very welcome. It was awesome. And yeah, I appreciate you guys being great players. That always makes things so much better. All right, guys, that is going to bring our campaign to a close. The Restoration of Cariele is finished. So I'm going to say goodbye to the recording. Thanks, everybody.